What if everything you know about reality is a carefully constructed illusion? What if your brain is not a passive receiver of the world, but an architect creating its own version of reality? From hidden delays in your perception of time, to the possibility that free will itself may be an illusion, consciousness hides more secrets than most of us dare to imagine. Here are 100 shocking facts that will change the way you see yourself and the world around you. Fact 1. You don't experience reality directly. What if everything you think you know about reality is wrong? What if the world you see, hear, touch, and smell is nothing more than an elaborate construction project happening inside your skull? This isn't science fiction. This is the startling truth about human consciousness that neuroscientists have discovered over decades of research. Your brain doesn't simply receive the world as it is. Instead, it acts like a master architect, constantly building and rebuilding your personal version of reality. Every moment of your waking life, billions of neurons work together to create what feels like direct experience, but is actually a sophisticated simulation. Think about the color red. When you look at a red apple, you might assume you're seeing the apple's true color. But red doesn't exist in the apple itself. The apple reflects certain wavelengths of light, and your brain interprets those wavelengths as the sensation you call red. Without your brain's interpretation, there would be no red at all, just electromagnetic radiation bouncing around in space. This process happens for everything you experience. The warmth of sunlight on your skin, the sound of music, the taste of chocolate, even the feeling of your own body. Your brain takes raw sensory data and transforms it into the rich, meaningful world you inhabit. It fills in gaps, makes predictions, and creates connections that don't exist in the external world. The implications are profound. If your brain constructs your reality, then each person lives in their own unique version of the world. Your red might be slightly different from mine. Your experience of pain, joy, or fear is filtered through your particular neural architecture. We're all living in personalized simulations, believing we share the same objective reality when we're actually experiencing billions of slightly different versions of it. Fact 2. Your sense of now is delayed time feels immediate. When you snap your fingers, you experience the sound at the exact moment it happens. When you touch a hot surface, the pain seems instantaneous. But this feeling of living in the present moment is one of consciousness's most persistent illusions. Your brain actually lags behind reality by about half a second. Every conscious experience you have already happened in the outside world before you became aware of it. You're living in the past, watching a delayed broadcast of your own life, completely unaware of this temporal gap. This delay exists because consciousness requires extensive processing. When light hits your retina or sound waves reach your ears, your brain must interpret, analyze, and integrate this information with your memories, expectations, and current mental state. This takes time, precious milliseconds where the raw sensory data is transformed into conscious awareness. The brain has developed remarkable strategies to hide this delay from you. It uses prediction to anticipate what's coming next, smoothing over the gaps in your temporal experience. It creates a buffer zone, holding sensory information briefly before presenting it to consciousness as a coherent, unified moment. Sometimes this system breaks down in fascinating ways. During certain types of seizures, patients report experiencing events before they happen, as if their brain's temporal buffering system has malfunctioned. In laboratory settings, researchers can manipulate the timing of sensory inputs to create the illusion that effects happen before their causes. This half-second delay means that by the time you're conscious of making a decision, your brain has already begun acting on it. The quarterback who throws a perfect pass, the pianist who plays a complex piece, the surgeon who makes a precise incision, all of them are performing actions that were initiated before they were fully conscious of the decision to act. Fact 3. Split-brain patients can have two separate conscious minds. Imagine having two separate minds living inside your skull, each one unaware of the other's thoughts and experiences. This isn't the plot of a psychological thriller. It's the reality for people who have undergone corpus callosotomy, a surgical procedure that cuts the bridge of neural tissue connecting the brain's two hemispheres. The corpus callosum is like a massive highway, allowing the left and right sides of your brain to communicate constantly. When this connection is severed, usually to treat severe epilepsy, something remarkable and disturbing happens. The patient essentially develops two separate streams of consciousness. The left hemisphere, which controls speech in most people, continues to narrate experience and express thoughts verbally. But the right hemisphere, now isolated, develops its own silent awareness. It can see, understand, and respond to information, but it cannot speak about its experiences. In laboratory tests, researchers can present information exclusively to one hemisphere by showing it only to one side of the visual field. They might show the word cat to the right hemisphere. The patient cannot say what they saw because the left hemisphere, which controls speech, never received this information. But the right hemisphere understood perfectly. It can draw a cat or point to a picture of a cat when asked to select what it saw. Even more startling, the two hemispheres can disagree with each other. One hemisphere might reach for an object, while the other hand, controlled by the opposite hemisphere, tries to stop it. Patients report feeling like they're fighting with themselves, as if two different people are sharing their body. This research reveals that consciousness isn't the unified, indivisible experience it seems to be. Instead, it might be more like a coalition of different mental processes that usually work together so seamlessly that we experience them as one. The split brain studies suggest that each of us might harbor multiple potential streams of consciousness, normally integrated but capable of independent existence under extraordinary circumstances. Fact 4. You can act before being aware of your decision. Free will feels real. When you decide to raise your hand, move your foot, or speak a word, it seems like your conscious mind makes the choice and then commands your body to act. But neuroscience has uncovered a troubling secret about decision-making that challenges this fundamental assumption about human agency. In the 1980s, researcher Benjamin Libet conducted experiments that would shake our understanding of consciousness and choice. He asked volunteers to perform simple actions like flexing their wrist whenever they felt like it. While they did this, he monitored their brain activity and asked them to note precisely when they became aware of their intention to move. The results were shocking. Brain activity associated with the movement began several hundred milliseconds before people reported being conscious of their decision to move. The brain was already preparing for action before the mind knew what it had decided to do. Subsequent experiments using more advanced brain imaging technology have extended this finding dramatically. In some cases, researchers can predict with significant accuracy what choice a person will make up to 10 seconds before the person reports being aware of their decision. The brain activity patterns that lead to choosing left versus right, yes versus no, can be detected long before consciousness catches up. This doesn't necessarily mean free will is an illusion, but it suggests that consciousness might not be the author of our actions that we believe it to be. Instead, consciousness might be more like a narrator, becoming aware of decisions after they've been made, and then constructing a story about why we chose what we chose. The implications extend beyond academic philosophy. In courtrooms, we hold people responsible for their actions based on the assumption that conscious intent precedes behavior. In daily life, we credit ourselves with making thoughtful decisions when our unconscious minds might be doing most of the work. We live with the persistent feeling that we're the directors of our own lives when we might be more like the audience, watching our brains perform actions we'll later claim as our own conscious choices. Fact 5. Your brain sometimes edits memories. Memory feels like a recording. You remember your childhood birthday party, your first day of school, or what you had for breakfast yesterday, and these memories seem like faithful recordings of past events. But your brain doesn't work like a video camera. Instead, it's more like a creative writer, constantly editing, revising, and sometimes completely rewriting the stories of your past. Every time you recall a memory, your brain reconstructs it from scattered pieces of information stored throughout your neural networks. This reconstruction process is influenced by your current mood, beliefs, knowledge, and expectations. The memory that emerges might be quite different from what actually happened. Research has shown that people can develop detailed, emotionally vivid memories of events that never occurred. In laboratory settings, researchers can implant false memories by simply suggesting that certain events happened. Participants will not only believe these false memories, but will elaborate on them, adding details and emotions that make the fabricated experiences feel completely real. Your brain edits memories in predictable ways. It tends to make past events more consistent with your current beliefs and self-image. If you see yourself as brave, your memories of challenging situations will emphasize your courage. If your political views change, your memories of past political events might shift to align with your new perspective. Emotional memories are particularly unreliable. High-stress situations flood the brain with chemicals that can interfere with memory formation and storage. People often have crystal-clear memories of dramatic events that turn out to be significantly inaccurate when compared to objective records. The legal system relies heavily on eyewitness testimony, but neuroscience reveals that these accounts are often unreliable. Witnesses can be completely sincere and still be completely wrong. Their brains have edited their memories of the crime, influenced by leading questions, media coverage, and their own expectations about what should have happened. This doesn't mean all your memories are false, but it suggests that the past you remember is partly a creation of your present mind. You're not just remembering your life, you're constantly rewriting it. Fact 6. Self-awareness is not exclusive to humans. For centuries, humans believed they were the only truly self-aware creatures on Earth. We thought consciousness, the ability to recognize oneself as a distinct entity separate from the environment, was our unique gift. But careful scientific observation has revealed that self-awareness extends far beyond our species, challenging our assumptions about consciousness and our place in the natural world. The mirror test has become a standard way to assess self-awareness in animals. A researcher places a mark on an animal's body in a location the animal cannot normally see, then presents the animal with a mirror. If the animal recognizes its reflection and investigates the mark on its own body, this suggests some level of self-awareness. Dolphins consistently pass this test. When they see their reflection, they examine the marks researchers have placed on their bodies, proving they understand that the image in the mirror represents themselves, not another dolphin. They use mirrors to inspect parts of their bodies they cannot normally see, suggesting sophisticated self-recognition. Elephants also demonstrate self-awareness. They use mirrors to examine their own trunks and mouths, and they seem to understand that the reflection shows their own body. In some cases, elephants have been observed making faces at themselves in mirrors, suggesting not just self-recognition, but playful self-interaction. Some birds, particularly magpies and certain species of crows, have passed modified versions of the mirror test. These findings are especially significant because bird brains are structured very differently from mammalian brains, suggesting that self-awareness can emerge from different neural architectures. Great apes, our closest relatives, almost universally pass mirror tests and demonstrate sophisticated understanding of themselves as individuals. They use mirrors as tools, examining parts of their bodies and even decorating themselves while watching their reflections. The presence of self-awareness in multiple species suggests that consciousness might not be as rare or as uniquely human as we once believed. Instead, it might be a natural feature of complex nervous systems, emerging whenever brains become sophisticated enough to model themselves as entities separate from their environment. Fact 7. Your brain hallucinates your body. You feel like you live inside your body, experiencing the world from the perspective of your eyes, sensing your arms and legs as extensions of yourself. But this feeling of embodiment is another construction of your brain, and like many aspects of consciousness, it can be dramatically altered or completely disrupted. Phantom limb syndrome provides the clearest evidence that your sense of having a body is neurally constructed, rather than simply given by your physical form. People who have lost arms or legs often continue to feel intense sensations in their missing limbs for years, or even decades after amputation. They feel pain, itching, warmth, cold, and movement in arms and legs that no longer exist. These phantom sensations aren't psychological reactions to loss. They're genuine perceptual experiences generated by brain areas that once received input from the missing limb. The brain's map of the body persists even after the body itself changes, creating vivid hallucinations of flesh and bone that exist only in neural networks. Even stranger, researchers can induce phantom limbs in people who were born without certain body parts. Through specific training and stimulation techniques, People born without hands can develop the sensation of having hands they never possessed. Their brains create detailed maps of non-existent body parts, complete with the ability to feel sensations in imaginary fingers. The rubber hand illusion demonstrates how easily the brain's body representation can be fooled. Researchers hide a person's real hand and place a rubber hand where they can see it. When they simultaneously stroke both the hidden real hand and the visible rubber hand, most people quickly begin to feel as if the rubber hand is their own hand. The brain integrates the visual and tactile information and updates its body map to include the artificial limb. Virtual reality researchers have taken this further, creating full-body illusions where people feel present in entirely different bodies, including bodies of different sizes, genders, or even species. These experiments reveal that your sense of having a specific body is flexible and largely dependent on sensory input and brain processing, rather than physical reality. Fact 8. Meditation can alter brain structure. The human brain was once thought to be relatively fixed after childhood, its structure and capabilities largely determined by genetics and early development. But research on meditation has revealed that focused mental practice can literally reshape the brain, altering both its structure and function in measurable ways. Long-term meditators show increased thickness in areas of the cortex associated with attention, sensory processing, and emotional regulation. The insula, which processes internal bodily sensations, becomes more developed in people who practice mindfulness meditation. The anterior cingulate cortex, involved in attention and emotional control, shows increased activity and connectivity. Perhaps most remarkably, meditation appears to slow age-related brain atrophy. The brains of 50-year-old experienced meditators often resemble the brains of 25-year-olds in terms of gray matter volume and cortical thickness. This suggests that mental training might protect against cognitive decline as effectively as physical exercise protects against bodily decay. Different types of meditation produce different changes. Loving-kindness meditation, which focuses on generating feelings of compassion, increases activity in brain networks associated with empathy and emotional processing. Concentration meditation, which involves sustained attention to a single object, strengthens networks involved in focus and attention control. These changes don't require decades of practice. Studies show measurable brain alterations after just 8 weeks of regular meditation practice. New meditators develop increased gray matter density in the hippocampus, associated with learning and memory, and decreased density in the amygdala, associated with fear and stress response. The implications extend beyond stress reduction and relaxation. Meditation appears to fundamentally alter how consciousness operates. Experienced meditators report changes in their basic sense of self, their relationship to thoughts and emotions, and their perception of the boundary between self and environment. These subjective reports correspond to observable changes in brain networks that construct self-awareness and emotional reactivity. This research suggests that consciousness is far more malleable than previously believed. Through focused practice, people can literally rebuild their brains and fundamentally alter their conscious experience of being alive. Fact 9. Consciousness can vanish without sleep. We typically think of consciousness as something that fades gradually, like a dimming light when we fall asleep or lose focus. But neurological conditions reveal that awareness can disappear instantly, like a switch being flipped, leaving people in states that challenge our understanding of what it means to be conscious. Epileptic seizures provide dramatic examples of consciousness vanishing in seconds. During certain types of seizures, electrical storms in the brain can shut down awareness completely, while leaving other brain functions intact. Patients suddenly stop responding to their environment. Their eyes might remain open. They might continue automatic behaviors like chewing or walking, but consciousness has temporarily vanished. The most striking aspect of these episodes is that they create gaps in subjective experience. From the patient's perspective, they're talking to someone, then suddenly they're somewhere else with no memory of the intervening time. Consciousness doesn't fade. It simply stops and then resumes, leaving a blank space in their stream of awareness. Absence seizures, particularly common in children, can cause these consciousness blackouts dozens of times per day. Children might stop mid-sentence, stare blankly for a few seconds, then continue speaking as if nothing happened. They have no memory of the interruption and no awareness that time has passed. Transient global amnesia creates even stranger disruptions of consciousness. People experiencing this condition lose the ability to form new memories while remaining otherwise aware and functional. They can carry on conversations, perform complex tasks, and navigate their environment, but they cannot remember anything that happens during the episode. Each moment of experience vanishes as soon as it's replaced by the next. These conditions reveal that consciousness isn't a simple on-off state, but a complex orchestration of different mental processes. Memory, attention, sensory processing, and self-awareness can be disrupted independently, creating bizarre states where some aspects of consciousness remain intact while others disappear completely. The sudden nature of these disruptions suggests that consciousness might be more fragile than we realize, dependent on precise patterns of brain activity that can be disrupted in an instant. Fact 10. Dreams feel real. Because brain activity mimics waking life. In dreams, you can fly through impossible landscapes, have conversations with long-dead relatives, or find yourself in scenarios that defy all logic and physics. Yet while you're dreaming, these experiences feel completely real. Your brain treats dream events as genuine perceptions, generating appropriate emotions, memories, and responses, as if you were actually living through these impossible situations. The reason dreams feel so real lies in how the sleeping brain processes information. During REM sleep, when most vivid dreams occur, many of the same brain regions that create waking consciousness remain highly active. The visual cortex generates dream imagery. The auditory cortex creates dream sounds, and emotional centers produce the feelings that accompany dream experiences. What's missing during dreams is the input from your actual senses and the critical thinking capabilities that would normally evaluate the plausibility of what you're experiencing. Your brain creates a simulation of reality using memory fragments, random neural firing, and ongoing mental processes, but without external input to ground this simulation in physical reality. The dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, responsible for logical thinking and reality testing, shows decreased activity during REM sleep. This is why you don't question impossible dream scenarios while they're happening. Your brain lacks the critical faculties that would normally say, "Wait, this doesn't make sense." Dreams also lack the normal mechanism for distinguishing between imagined and real experiences. During waking hours, your brain tags memories with information about their source, helping you distinguish between things you actually experienced and things you imagined or heard about. In dreams, this tagging system malfunctions, so everything feels equally real and immediate. The emotional centers of the brain, particularly the amygdala, remain active during dreams, which is why dream experiences can be so emotionally intense. Fear, joy, anger, and love feel just as powerful in dreams as they do in waking life, because the same neural circuits are generating these emotions. This research suggests that consciousness itself might be more like dreaming than we realize. Both waking consciousness and dreaming involve the brain creating a simulation of reality, interpreting this simulation as real experience, and generating appropriate responses. The main difference is that waking consciousness is constrained by sensory input and logical evaluation, while dreaming consciousness operates without these constraints. Fact 11. Time perception is elastic. Time seems like the most fundamental constant in human experience. Seconds tick by at regular intervals, hours pass predictably, and days follow their familiar rhythm. But your perception of time is actually remarkably flexible, stretching and compressing based on your emotional state, attention, age, and brain chemistry. Fear dramatically slows subjective time. During car accidents, falls, or other dangerous situations, people often report that time seemed to slow down, allowing them to observe details and make decisions that would normally happen too quickly to notice. This isn't just a memory distortion. Brain imaging shows that the amygdala, active during fear responses, actually enhances the encoding of memories during stressful events, creating more detailed records that give the impression that more time passed. Psychoactive substances can create even more extreme time distortions. Users of certain drugs report experiencing hours or days of subjective time during experiences that actually last only minutes. Their brains create elaborate sequences of experiences, complete with detailed narratives and emotional responses, compressed into impossibly brief periods of real time. Attention plays a crucial role in time perception. When you're deeply focused on an engaging activity, hours can pass without notice. When you're bored or waiting, minutes stretch into what feels like hours. This isn't just about how time is remembered, it's about how time is experienced moment by moment. The brain's time perception system relies on multiple neural networks working together. The suprachiasmatic nucleus tracks circadian rhythms, the cerebellum processes timing in the millisecond range, and higher cortical areas construct longer temporal narratives. When these systems are disrupted by fatigue, stress, or neurological conditions, time perception can become severely distorted. Age affects time perception in predictable ways. Children experience time as passing slowly because each moment contains more novel information and requires more processing. As people age and experiences become more routine, subjective time accelerates. A year feels much shorter to a 50-year-old than to a 5-year-old because it represents a smaller fraction of total life experience and contains fewer memorable, attention-demanding events. This elasticity of time perception suggests that our sense of temporal flow is constructed rather than simply detected, another way consciousness interprets rather than merely receives reality. Fact 12. You can be conscious under anesthesia. Modern anesthesia is considered one of medicine's greatest achievements, allowing surgeons to perform complex procedures on patients who feel no pain and have no memory of the operation. But occasionally, this system fails in a deeply disturbing way. Some patients remain conscious during surgery, aware of everything happening to them, but paralyzed and unable to communicate their awareness. Anesthesia awareness affects roughly 1 in every 1,000 surgical patients. They can hear conversations in the operating room, feel the surgeon's cuts, and experience the full horror of major surgery while being completely unable to move or signal their distress. The muscle relaxants used during surgery leave them paralyzed, so they cannot even move their eyes or change their breathing patterns to indicate consciousness. These episodes can last for hours. Patients report detailed memories of surgical procedures, conversations between medical staff, and the overwhelming terror of being trapped in an unresponsive body while undergoing painful operations. The psychological trauma from these experiences can be severe, leading to post-traumatic stress disorder, anxiety, and a lasting fear of medical procedures. The problem arises because anesthesia affects different aspects of consciousness independently. General anesthesia typically involves multiple drugs. One to eliminate pain, another to erase memory, and a third to cause unconsciousness. If the dosing isn't perfectly calibrated, consciousness can persist while memory formation and pain responses are blocked. Or memory can continue forming while consciousness is supposedly eliminated. Modern monitoring equipment helps prevent anesthesia awareness by tracking brain activity during surgery. EEG machines can detect patterns of neural activity that suggest consciousness, allowing anesthesiologists to adjust drug dosages in real time. But these monitors aren't foolproof, and some patients still experience awareness despite apparently appropriate brainwave patterns. The existence of anesthesia awareness reveals something important about consciousness. It's not simply an on-off switch that can be easily controlled by drugs. Instead, it's a complex phenomenon involving multiple brain systems that can be affected independently. Consciousness can persist in fragments even when we believe it has been completely eliminated, leaving patients trapped in experiences that shouldn't be possible according to our understanding of anesthesia. Fact 13. Your brain hides most sensory input. At any given moment, your senses are collecting enormous amounts of information about your environment. Your eyes detect millions of points of light and color. Your skin registers countless sensations of pressure and temperature. Your ears process complex sound waves, and your nose analyzes thousands of different chemical compounds. But you're consciously aware of only a tiny fraction of this sensory flood. Your brain acts as a sophisticated filter, deciding what deserves conscious attention and what can be safely ignored. This filtering happens automatically, below the threshold of awareness, allowing consciousness to focus on what seems most important or relevant to your current goals and concerns. Consider vision, our most dominant sense. Your eyes move constantly, creating a detailed map of your visual environment through rapid movements called saccades. but you're not aware of most of what you see. Your brain combines information from multiple eye movements into a single, coherent visual experience while discarding most of the raw visual data as irrelevant. The cocktail party effect demonstrates auditory filtering. In a noisy room full of conversations, you can focus on one voice while automatically screening out all the others. Your auditory system processes all the sound waves reaching your ears, but consciousness receives only the conversation you've chosen to attend to. However, if someone mentions your name in another conversation, your attention immediately shifts, proving that your brain was monitoring the filtered-out conversations, even though you weren't conscious of them. Touch provides another example. Right now, you're probably not aware of your clothes against your skin, the pressure of your body in your chair, or the temperature of the air around you. But all of these sensations are being detected by your nervous system. Your brain filters them out as irrelevant background information unless something changes or demands attention. This filtering system is so effective that you can be completely unaware of dramatic changes in your environment. Change blindness experiments show that people often fail to notice when major elements of a scene are altered, even when they're looking directly at the changes. Your brain constructs a simplified representation of reality that feels complete, but actually omits most of the available sensory information. Without this filtering system, consciousness would be overwhelmed by sensory noise, unable to focus on anything specific or important. Fact 14. Free will may be an illusion. The feeling of free will is one of the most fundamental aspects of human experience. You feel like you're making choices, directing your actions, and controlling your thoughts. But neuroscience and philosophy have raised troubling questions about whether this sense of agency is real or just another construction of consciousness. Every decision you make is the result of brain activity, and brain activity follows the laws of physics. Your neurons fire based on their current state, which was determined by their previous state, which was determined by prior states going back to your birth and beyond. If the universe operates according to deterministic laws, then everything that happens, including your decisions, might be the inevitable result of previous causes. Even if quantum mechanics introduces some randomness into brain function, randomness doesn't create free will. A decision that's determined by random quantum events isn't any more free than one that's determined by predictable physical processes. Neither determinism nor randomness leaves room for the kind of agency that free will seems to require. Neuroscience experiments have shown that many decisions can be predicted from brain activity before people report being aware of making the choice. If scientists can predict what you'll decide by looking at your brain patterns, what role does your conscious will actually play in the decision-making process? Your brain constantly generates explanations for your actions after the fact, creating stories about why you chose what you chose, even when these stories might be completely wrong. Split brain patients provide dramatic examples of this, making up elaborate explanations for actions that were actually caused by experimental manipulations they weren't aware of. However, the absence of free will doesn't necessarily mean you're just a helpless puppet. Even if your choices are determined by prior causes, they're still your choices, flowing from your beliefs, desires, and values. The experience of deliberating, weighing options, and deciding still has real effects on your behavior and the world around you. Some philosophers argue that free will is compatible with determinism as long as your actions flow from your own desires and reasoning, even if those desires and reasoning processes are themselves determined. Others maintain that true free will requires something beyond the physical processes of the brain, something that science might never be able to detect or understand. Fact 15. The brain can create false identities. Your sense of being a single, unified person feels as solid and unchangeable as the laws of physics. You wake up each morning as the same person you were yesterday, with continuous memories, consistent personality traits, and an unbroken sense of identity. But psychological conditions can fracture this unity, creating multiple distinct identities within a single brain. Dissociative identity disorder, formerly called multiple personality disorder, represents the most extreme breakdown of unified consciousness. Patients develop separate identities, each with its own memories, personality characteristics, preferences, and even physical responses. These alternate identities can be different ages, genders, or possess different skills and knowledge from the primary identity. The switches between identities can be dramatic. A shy, quiet person might suddenly become bold and aggressive. Someone who doesn't know how to drive might suddenly demonstrate expert driving skills when a different identity takes control. Allergies, medical conditions, and even vision problems can appear or disappear when identities change. Brain imaging studies show that these identity switches involve real changes in neural activity patterns. Different identities show different patterns of brain activation, as if genuinely different people were using the same brain. Areas involved in memory, emotion, and self-representation show distinct activity signatures for each identity. The existence of these alternate identities challenges fundamental assumptions about consciousness and the self. If one brain can house multiple distinct identities, each believing itself to be real and separate, what does this say about the nature of identity itself? Less extreme forms of identity fragmentation are more common than many people realize. Depersonalization disorder causes people to feel detached from themselves, as if they're observing their own lives from outside their bodies. They maintain a single identity, but lose the normal sense of ownership over their thoughts, emotions, and actions. Even normal consciousness shows signs of multiple identity components. You might act differently at work than at home, with friends than with family, in stressful situations than in relaxed ones. These different aspects of yourself might sometimes feel like separate people sharing the same brain and body. The brain's ability to create multiple identities suggests that the unified self is more fragile and constructed than it appears to be. Under certain conditions, the systems that normally integrate experience into a single stream of consciousness can break down, revealing the complex, multifaceted nature of identity. Fact 16. Hallucinations feel real. When you see, hear, or feel something that isn't there, your brain processes these hallucinations using exactly the same neural pathways that handle real sensory experiences. This is why hallucinations feel completely real to the people experiencing them, and why they can be so difficult to distinguish from genuine perceptions. Visual hallucinations activate the same areas of the visual cortex that respond to actual images. Auditory hallucinations stimulate the same brain regions that process real sounds. The brain makes no distinction between sensory input coming from the external world and internally generated sensory experiences. Both activate identical neural networks and produce identical conscious experiences. Hallucinations can be remarkably detailed and complex. People might see elaborate scenes with multiple characters, hear complete musical compositions, or feel detailed tactile sensations. These experiences often include emotions, memories, and meaningful narratives, just like real perceptions do. Charles Bonnet syndrome causes vivid visual hallucinations in people who have lost their sight. Despite being blind, they see detailed images of people, animals, buildings, and landscapes. Their visual cortex, deprived of normal input, begins generating its own imagery. These hallucinations can be so realistic that patients initially believe their sight has returned. Sleep deprivation can trigger hallucinations in otherwise healthy people. After staying awake for extended periods, the brain begins incorporating dreamlike elements into waking consciousness. People might see shadows moving in their peripheral vision, hear voices calling their names, or feel insects crawling on their skin. Certain medical conditions and medications can cause hallucinations by disrupting normal brain chemistry. Parkinson's disease medications sometimes produce vivid visual hallucinations. Fever can trigger auditory or visual experiences. Even common medications like steroids can occasionally cause perceptual disturbances. The realness of hallucinations reveals something important about all conscious experience. Your brain creates your reality by interpreting neural activity as meaningful perceptions. Whether that neural activity is triggered by external stimuli or generated internally, the resulting conscious experience feels equally real. This suggests that all perception, not just hallucinations, is constructed by the brain rather than simply received from the environment. Understanding hallucinations helps explain why eyewitness testimony can be unreliable and why people can have completely different experiences of the same events. If the brain can create convincing perceptions of things that don't exist, it can certainly alter or misinterpret things that do exist. Fact 17. Lucid dreaming gives control inside dreams. Most dreams feel like movies you're watching helplessly, swept along by bizarre narratives and impossible scenarios without any ability to change what happens. But some people learn to recognize when they're dreaming and take conscious control over their dream experiences, flying through imaginary landscapes, confronting fears, or practicing skills in completely safe environments. Lucid dreaming occurs when consciousness partially awakens during REM sleep, allowing the dreamer to recognize the dream state while remaining asleep. This creates a unique hybrid state where the dream continues, but the dreamer gains the ability to observe, analyze, and sometimes direct what happens. Brain imaging studies show that lucid dreaming involves increased activity in the precuneus and parietal cortex, brain regions associated with self-awareness and metacognition. These areas, which normally show reduced activity during dreams, become partially reactivated, allowing the dreamer to think about their mental state while still experiencing dream imagery. Experienced lucid dreamers report remarkable control over their dream environments. They can summon specific people or places, transform frightening situations into pleasant ones, practice presentations or performances, or explore creative ideas without real-world consequences. Some use lucid dreams to confront recurring nightmares, gradually reducing their emotional impact through repeated conscious encounters. The ability to lucid dream can be developed through practice. Reality testing, where people regularly ask themselves whether they're dreaming during waking hours, can carry over into dreams. Keeping dream journals increases dream recall and awareness of dream patterns. Some people use devices that detect REM sleep and provide gentle cues to trigger lucidity. Lucid dreaming reveals the flexible nature of consciousness. It shows that awareness can exist at different levels simultaneously, with part of the mind recognizing the dream state while another part experiences dream reality. It also demonstrates that consciousness can potentially be trained to operate differently under various conditions. Research suggests that lucid dreaming might have practical applications. Athletes report using lucid dreams to practice techniques and strategies. People with PTSD might be able to rewrite traumatic dream scenarios. Creative individuals sometimes find inspiration in their controlled dream experiences. However, lucid dreaming also raises questions about the nature of consciousness and reality. If dream experiences can feel completely real and be consciously controlled, what distinguishes them from waking consciousness? The ability to manipulate dream reality highlights how much of all conscious experience might be constructed and malleable. Fact 18. Your brain decides what to ignore. At this very moment, your brain is making thousands of decisions about what deserves your attention and what can be safely ignored. This process happens so automatically and efficiently that you're completely unaware of it, but it's one of the most important functions your consciousness performs. Selective attention allows you to focus on relevant information while filtering out distractions. Without this ability, you would be overwhelmed by the constant flood of sensory input, unable to concentrate on anything specific or important. Your brain acts like a sophisticated gatekeeper, deciding what gets through to conscious awareness. The cocktail party effect demonstrates this filtering in action. In a crowded, noisy environment, you can focus on one conversation while automatically screening out all the others. Your auditory system processes all the sound waves reaching your ears, but consciousness receives only the conversation you've chosen to attend to. Visual attention works similarly. Right now, you're focused on these words, but your peripheral vision is detecting movement, colors, and shapes throughout your visual field. Your brain monitors this peripheral information for anything important, like sudden movements that might signal danger, but keeps most of it below the threshold of consciousness. Attention can be directed voluntarily or captured involuntarily. You can choose to focus on a particular sound, sight, or thought, but your attention can also be grabbed by unexpected stimuli. A sudden loud noise, a flash of light, or someone calling your name can immediately redirect your focus, showing that your brain continuously monitors for potentially important information even while concentrating on something else. This filtering system creates blind spots in consciousness. Change blindness experiments demonstrate that people often fail to notice dramatic alterations in their environment when those changes occur outside their current focus of attention. You might completely miss a person in a gorilla suit walking through a basketball game if you're concentrating on counting passes between players. The brain's decision about what to ignore versus what to attend to is influenced by your current goals, emotional state, past experiences, and expectations. If you're looking for your keys, you'll notice key-shaped objects everywhere. If you're anxious about health, you'll pay more attention to bodily sensations that you might normally ignore. Fact 19. Blind sight proves you can see unconsciously. One of the most startling discoveries in neuroscience is that people can respond to visual information they cannot consciously see. Blind sight challenges our fundamental assumptions about the relationship between perception and consciousness, revealing that awareness is just one part of a much larger visual processing system. Blind sight occurs in people who have suffered damage to the primary visual cortex, the brain region responsible for conscious vision. This damage creates blind spots in their visual field, where they report seeing absolutely nothing. Yet when researchers ask these patients to guess about objects presented in their blind areas, they perform far better than chance would predict. A patient with blind sight might insist they cannot see anything in their blind field, but when forced to guess whether a light is flashing or not, they guess correctly most of the time. They can detect movement, identify shapes, and even discriminate between emotional expressions on faces presented in areas where they claim to be completely blind. Their visual system is clearly processing this information, but none of it reaches consciousness. Brain imaging reveals that blind sight relies on alternative visual pathways that bypass the damaged primary visual cortex. These ancient visual circuits, which evolved for rapid threat detection and spatial navigation, can process basic visual information and guide behavior without creating conscious visual experiences. The existence of unconscious vision has profound implications. It suggests that much of what we call seeing happens below the level of awareness. Your brain continuously processes visual information to guide your movements, detect dangers, and navigate your environment, with only a small fraction of this processing reaching consciousness. Even people with normal vision show signs of unconscious visual processing. In psychological experiments, images presented too briefly to be consciously perceived can still influence behavior, emotions, and decision-making. Your brain responds to visual information before you're aware of seeing anything. This research reveals that consciousness might be more like the tip of an iceberg, with vast amounts of mental processing happening below the surface. The visual experiences you're aware of represent just a small sample of the visual information your brain is constantly analyzing. Blind sight also raises questions about the nature of visual experience itself. If people can respond appropriately to visual stimuli without conscious awareness, what exactly does consciousness add to vision? Perhaps conscious visual experience is less about detecting and processing visual information and more about integrating that information with memory, emotion, and decision-making systems. Fact 20. Your brain fills blind spots with guesses. Every human eye has a natural blind spot, where the optic nerve connects to the retina. This area contains no light-detecting cells, creating a gap in your visual field roughly the size of a tennis ball held at arm's length. Yet you never notice this blind spot, because your brain seamlessly fills it in with educated guesses about what should be there. Your brain uses sophisticated algorithms to predict what's missing in your blind spot based on surrounding visual information. If you're looking at a wall with a repeating pattern, your brain extends that pattern across the blind area. If you're viewing a blue sky, your brain fills the blind spot with more blue sky. This filling in process happens automatically and instantaneously, below the threshold of consciousness. The brain's gap-filling abilities extend far beyond natural blind spots. When objects partially obstruct your view, your brain completes the hidden portions based on what it expects to be there. You see complete objects even when parts are blocked from view. A person walking behind a fence appears as a whole person, not disconnected body parts visible between the slats. Damage to visual areas of the brain can create larger blind regions that the brain still attempts to fill in. Patients with cortical blindness might be completely unaware of their vision loss because their brain continues generating visual experiences based on memory, expectation, and minimal visual cues. They might describe detailed visual scenes that bear little resemblance to what's actually in front of them. This filling-in process reveals that vision is far more constructive than it appears. You don't simply see what's there. Your brain actively creates a visual experience by combining actual sensory input with predictions, memories, and assumptions. Much of what you see is actually generated by your brain, rather than detected by your eyes. The seamless nature of this process highlights how consciousness presents a unified, complete experience, even though it's constructed from incomplete and often ambiguous information. Your brain works constantly to maintain the illusion that you're seeing everything clearly and completely, hiding its own filling-in processes from conscious awareness. This constructive nature of vision has important implications for understanding perception more generally. If your brain routinely creates visual experiences to fill gaps in sensory input, how much of your entire conscious experience might be similarly constructed rather than simply received from the environment? Fact 21. Out-of-body experiences can be induced. The feeling of being located inside your body, experiencing the world from the perspective of your eyes, seems like one of the most basic and unchangeable aspects of consciousness. But neuroscientists have discovered that the sense of embodied perspective can be disrupted and manipulated, creating the strange sensation of floating outside your own body and observing yourself from an external viewpoint. Out-of-body experiences occur naturally in some people during times of extreme stress, near-death situations, or certain types of seizures. People report feeling as if they've left their physical body and are observing themselves and their surroundings from above or from across the room. These experiences feel completely real and often include accurate details about events occurring during the episode. Researchers have learned to trigger out-of-body experiences artificially by stimulating specific brain regions. Electrical stimulation of the temporoparietal junction, an area involved in integrating sensory information and spatial awareness, can cause people to feel as if they're floating outside their bodies or viewing themselves from impossible angles. Virtual reality technology has provided new ways to manipulate the sense of embodied perspective. By showing people live video footage of themselves from behind while they perform actions, researchers can create the illusion that consciousness is located behind and above the physical body. People report feeling as if they're watching themselves from this external perspective. The rubber hand illusion demonstrates how easily the brain's sense of body ownership can be fooled. When people watch a rubber hand being touched, while their real hand is simultaneously touched but hidden from view, most begin to feel as if the rubber hand is their own hand. This illusion can be extended to entire bodies, creating the sensation of inhabiting different bodies or existing in multiple locations simultaneously. These experiments reveal that the sense of being located inside your body is another construction of consciousness, rather than a fundamental property of awareness. Your brain continuously integrates sensory information, spatial cues, and proprioceptive feedback to create the feeling that you are located at a specific point in space, usually somewhere behind your eyes. The ability to manipulate out-of-body experiences has practical applications. Therapists are exploring whether induced out-of-body states might help people with body image disorders or trauma. Virtual reality researchers are investigating how changes in embodied perspective might affect empathy, decision-making, and social behavior. These findings also raise philosophical questions about the relationship between consciousness and the physical body. If awareness can feel as if it's located outside the body, what does this reveal about the nature of consciousness itself? Fact 22. Your identity is fragile. You feel like the same person you were yesterday, last year, and throughout your entire life. Your personality, values, preferences, and sense of self seem stable and enduring. But neurological research reveals that identity is far more fragile than it appears, capable of dramatic changes following brain injury, disease, or even minor alterations in brain chemistry. Phineas Gage became neuroscience's most famous case study when a railroad accident drove a metal rod through his frontal lobe in 1848. Before the accident, Gage was described as responsible, mild-mannered, and well-liked. After his brain injury, he became impulsive, profane, and unreliable. His friends said he was no longer Gage. The accident had fundamentally altered his personality while leaving his memory and intellectual abilities largely intact. Modern neuroscience has documented countless similar cases. Damage to different brain regions can eliminate specific aspects of personality, while leaving others unchanged. Frontal lobe injuries often affect impulse control and social behavior. Damage to emotional processing centers can create inappropriate emotional responses or eliminate empathy entirely. Neurodegenerative diseases like Alzheimer's and Parkinson's can gradually strip away different components of identity. People might lose their memories, their emotional responses, their motor abilities, or their capacity for abstract thinking, while other aspects of their personality remain preserved. Families often describe watching their loved ones disappear piece by piece as the disease progresses. Even minor changes in brain chemistry can alter identity. Antidepressant medications sometimes cause people to feel like they've become different people, with altered emotional responses, changed interests, and modified social behaviors. Deep brain stimulation for Parkinson's disease can have similar effects, changing personality traits that patients and families had considered fundamental to their identity. Psychoactive drugs provide temporary but dramatic examples of identity change. People under the influence of various substances often report feeling like entirely different people, with altered values, preferences, and ways of thinking that persist throughout the drug experience but disappear when the substance wears off. These findings suggest that what we call identity, or personality, is actually a collection of different mental processes that can be affected independently. The sense of being a continuous, unchanging self is largely an illusion created by memory systems that provide narrative continuity, even when the underlying neural processes are changing. The fragility of identity has important implications for how we think about personal responsibility, relationships, and the nature of the self. If identity can change so dramatically due to brain alterations, what aspects of yourself are truly permanent and essential? Fact 23. Consciousness may not be continuous. The smooth, uninterrupted flow of consciousness feels like one of its most basic characteristics. You experience yourself as continuously aware from the moment you wake up until you fall asleep, with thoughts, perceptions, and experiences flowing seamlessly from one moment to the next. But some theories suggest that this continuity is an illusion, that consciousness actually flickers on and off like frames in a movie, creating the appearance of smooth experience from discrete moments of awareness. The discrete theory of consciousness proposes that awareness operates in cycles, with brief periods of conscious processing followed by gaps of unconsciousness that are too short to notice. These cycles might occur dozens of times per second, similar to how movies create the illusion of smooth motion by showing many still frames in rapid succession. Evidence for discontinuous consciousness comes from studies of attention and perception. Your attention actually moves in discrete jumps rather than smoothly scanning your environment. When you shift your focus from one object to another, there's a brief period where you're not consciously processing visual information from either location. These attentional blinks are normally too fast to notice, but can be detected in laboratory settings. Brainwave research shows that consciousness might be linked to specific phases of neural oscillations. Different types of awareness seem to be associated with different brainwave frequencies, suggesting that conscious processing might only occur during certain phases of these neural cycles. The global workspace theory of consciousness proposes that awareness emerges when information becomes globally available to different brain systems. This global broadcasting might happen in discrete episodes rather than as a continuous stream, with periods of local processing that don't reach consciousness alternating with moments of global awareness. Meditation practitioners sometimes report experiences that seem to support discontinuous consciousness. Advanced meditators describe states where they become aware of gaps in their stream of consciousness, moments where awareness seems to stop and restart. These reports suggest that the continuity of consciousness might be more apparent than real. If consciousness is indeed discontinuous, this would have profound implications for our understanding of subjective experience. The gaps between conscious moments would be literally unnoticeable because there would be no awareness present to notice them. From the inside, discontinuous consciousness would feel exactly like continuous consciousness. This theory might also help explain various phenomena, like change blindness, where people fail to notice dramatic changes in their environment. If consciousness operates in discrete cycles, changes that occur during the gaps between conscious moments might simply be missed entirely. Fact 24. Hypnosis can bypass conscious control. Hypnosis seems like stage magic or pseudoscience, but decades of research have shown that it's a real altered state of consciousness that can dramatically change how people perceive, remember, and respond to their environment. Under hypnosis, people can experience profound alterations in pain perception, memory, sensory experience, and voluntary control that challenge our understanding of consciousness and will. Brain imaging studies show that hypnosis creates measurable changes in neural activity. The anterior cingulate cortex, involved in attention and cognitive control, shows altered activity during hypnotic states. Areas responsible for monitoring and evaluating sensory input become less active, which might explain why hypnotized people accept suggestions that would normally seem impossible or unrealistic. Hypnotic analgesia can eliminate pain as effectively as morphine in some people. When highly hypnotizable individuals are given suggestions that they won't feel pain, brain scans show reduced activity in pain processing regions. They report no conscious experience of pain, even when receiving stimuli that would normally be excruciating. Memory can be dramatically altered under hypnosis. People can be given suggestions to forget specific events, and they'll show no conscious memory of these experiences until the suggestion is removed. Conversely, hypnosis can sometimes enhance memory recall, though it also increases the risk of creating false memories that feel completely real. Hypnotic suggestions can create hallucinations that are indistinguishable from real perceptions. People might see objects that aren't there, fail to see objects that are present, or experience dramatic changes in color, size, or shape of their environment. These perceptual changes involve the same brain areas that process real sensory information. Perhaps most remarkably, hypnosis can create involuntary movements and behaviors. A hypnotized person might find their arm rising without any conscious intention to move it, or they might be unable to say their own name despite trying to do so. These effects suggest that hypnosis can bypass normal conscious control systems. The mechanism behind hypnosis remains debated, but it appears to involve changes in how different brain systems communicate with each other. The normal integration between sensory processing, memory, attention, and motor control becomes altered, allowing suggestions to influence these systems more directly. Not everyone is equally hypnotizable. About 10 to 15% of people are highly hypnotizable and can experience dramatic effects, while another 10 to 15% show little response to hypnotic suggestions. The majority fall somewhere in between, showing moderate hypnotic responsiveness. Fact 25. Infants may lack full consciousness. When you look at a newborn baby, you see a tiny person with their own thoughts, feelings, and awareness. But developmental research suggests that the kind of rich, self-aware consciousness that adults experience develops gradually over the first years of life, with infants initially possessing only rudimentary forms of awareness. Consciousness requires the integration of sensory information, memory, attention, and self-awareness into a unified experience. Newborn brains lack many of the neural connections necessary for this integration. The prefrontal cortex, crucial for higher-order thinking and self-awareness, doesn't fully mature until early adulthood. The neural networks that connect different brain regions develop slowly throughout childhood. Self-awareness, a key component of consciousness, emerges around 18 to 24 months of age. Before this time, infants don't recognize themselves in mirrors, don't understand that they exist as separate entities from their caregivers, and don't have a clear sense of their own mental states. They experience sensations, emotions, and basic awareness, but lack the metacognitive ability to think about their own thinking. Language development is closely tied to consciousness development. The ability to use words and concepts to represent experiences internally allows for more complex forms of thought and self-reflection. Infants begin to develop this capacity around their first birthday, but it takes years to fully mature. Memory systems also develop gradually. Young infants can form memories, but they lack the autobiographical memory system that allows older children and adults to remember specific personal experiences. Without this system, their conscious experiences might be more like a series of disconnected moments rather than the continuous narrative that characterizes adult consciousness. However, this doesn't mean infants are unconscious or don't deserve moral consideration. They clearly experience pain, pleasure, fear, comfort, and other basic states. They respond to their environment, form attachments, and show preferences. Their consciousness might be simpler and less integrated than adult consciousness, but it's still real and meaningful. The gradual development of consciousness raises interesting questions about when full awareness emerges and what this means for how we think about and treat infants and young children. It also suggests that consciousness itself might be more of a spectrum than an all-or-nothing phenomenon. Recent research using brain imaging techniques with infants is beginning to provide more direct evidence about their neural development and conscious capabilities. These studies suggest that some aspects of consciousness might emerge earlier than previously thought, while others develop more slowly than expected. Fact 26. The unconscious mind is far more powerful. You experience yourself as being in conscious control of your thoughts, decisions, and actions. You deliberate, plan, choose, and act with the feeling that your awareness guides your behavior. But research reveals that conscious thought represents only a tiny fraction of your brain's activity. The vast majority of mental processing happens below the threshold of awareness, in unconscious systems that may be far more influential than consciousness itself. Your unconscious mind processes information constantly, analyzes your environment, makes decisions, and prepares actions without any conscious involvement. While you're consciously thinking about one thing, your unconscious is simultaneously monitoring for threats, maintaining your balance, regulating your breathing and heartbeat, processing sensory information, accessing memories, and evaluating countless options for future actions. Problem solving often occurs unconsciously. You might struggle consciously with a difficult decision or creative challenge, only to have the solution appear suddenly when you're not actively thinking about it. This aha moment represents the unconscious mind, completing work that conscious thought couldn't accomplish. Many artists, scientists, and inventors report their best ideas coming during relaxed states when their conscious minds weren't focused on the problem. Social interactions rely heavily on unconscious processing. Within milliseconds of meeting someone, your unconscious mind has evaluated their facial expressions, body language, tone of voice, and countless other cues to form impressions about their mood, intentions, and trustworthiness. These rapid, automatic assessments influence your behavior before you're consciously aware of making any judgments. Your unconscious mind also shapes your preferences and decisions in ways you don't recognize. Experiments show that people can be influenced by stimuli presented too briefly to be consciously perceived. Subliminal exposure to words, images, or concepts can affect mood, choices, and behavior without conscious awareness. Your unconscious continuously absorbs and responds to information that never reaches consciousness. Motor skills demonstrate the power of unconscious processing. When you walk, type, or drive a car, your conscious mind might be focused on something completely unrelated, while your unconscious systems handle the complex coordination required for these activities. Expert performers in sports, music, and other domains rely heavily on unconscious processing that operates faster and more precisely than conscious control. The unconscious mind's influence on behavior is so pervasive that some researchers question whether consciousness serves a control function at all. Instead, consciousness might be more like a narrator, becoming aware of actions and decisions after they've been initiated by unconscious processes and then creating explanatory stories about why they occurred. This doesn't diminish the importance of consciousness, but it suggests that awareness might serve different functions than we typically assume. Rather than controlling behavior, consciousness might be more important for learning from experience, communicating with others, and planning for future situations. Fact 27. Your brain makes up reasons for choices. You feel like you understand why you make the decisions you make. When you choose chocolate over vanilla, turn left instead of right, or decide to call a friend, you can usually explain your reasoning. But research reveals that these explanations are often fabricated after the fact by brain systems that have no actual knowledge of why the choice was made. Split brain research provided the first clear evidence of this confabulation process. When researchers presented information exclusively to the right hemisphere of split brain patients, that hemisphere could respond to the information, but couldn't communicate verbally about it. The left hemisphere, which controls speech, would then create elaborate explanations for behaviors it had no knowledge of. In one famous experiment, the word walk was presented to a patient's right hemisphere. The patient stood up and began walking, but when asked why, the left hemisphere confidently explained that he wanted to get a drink, even though it had no access to the actual reason for the behavior. The brain's storytelling system automatically generated a plausible explanation to account for the observed action. This confabulation process occurs in normal brains too. When people are asked to explain their choices, preferences, or behaviors, they often provide confident explanations that are demonstrably wrong. In experiments where participants' actual decision-making processes are manipulated or monitored, their post hoc explanations frequently bear little resemblance to what actually influenced their choices. Consumer behavior research shows this effect clearly. People might choose a product because of its packaging, placement on a shelf, or subliminal marketing influences, but when asked why they made their choice, they'll cite product features, price, or quality factors that played little role in their actual decision. They genuinely believe their fabricated explanations. The brain's tendency to confabulate explanations appears to be automatic and unconscious. You don't deliberately make up reasons for your choices. Your brain does this without your awareness or intention. The explanatory stories feel true because they're generated by the same systems that create your other conscious thoughts and beliefs. This process serves important functions despite its inaccuracy. Creating causal explanations for behavior helps maintain a sense of coherent identity and agency. It allows people to learn from their experiences and communicate their motivations to others. Even if the explanations are wrong, they help organize memories and guide future decisions. Understanding confabulation has practical implications. In legal settings, witnesses and defendants often provide confident testimony about their motivations and thought processes that may be completely inaccurate. In therapy and personal relationships, people's explanations for their behaviors might miss the actual underlying causes. This research suggests that self-knowledge is more limited and constructed than people typically believe. Much of what you think you know about your own mind might be elaborate fiction created by brain systems that prioritize consistency and meaning over accuracy. Fact 28. You live in the past. Every conscious experience you have occurred in the external world before you became aware of it. The light that allows you to see this page left its source milliseconds ago. Sound waves take time to travel from their source to your ears. Even the sensation of touching an object involves nerve signals that must travel from your fingertips to your brain. By the time all this sensory information is processed and integrated into conscious awareness, the events that cause these sensations have already passed. This processing delay varies depending on the type of sensory input and the complexity of the information. Simple visual stimuli might take around 50 or 100 milliseconds to reach consciousness, while complex visual scenes requiring extensive processing can take several hundred milliseconds. Sounds typically reach conscious awareness faster than visual information, but still require processing time. Touch sensations show the most dramatic delays because nerve signals must travel from distant parts of your body to your brain. When you stub your toe, the impact occurs before you feel the pain. The delay is usually so brief that you don't notice it, but it can be measured in laboratory settings and sometimes becomes apparent in everyday experience. Your brain works constantly to hide these processing delays and create the illusion of real-time experience. It uses prediction algorithms to anticipate what should happen next based on current sensory input and past experience. It also synchronizes different types of sensory information that arrive at different times, presenting them to consciousness as simultaneous events. Sometimes this synchronization system breaks down, revealing the underlying delays. During certain types of migraines, people report experiencing visual and auditory events as occurring at different times. Some neurological conditions can disrupt temporal processing, causing people to become aware of the normally hidden delays in their perceptual system. The brain's prediction systems can sometimes cause you to experience events before they actually happen, at least from the perspective of your sensory organs. When you reach for an object, your brain predicts where your hand should be and what you should feel, sometimes generating conscious experiences of touch before your hand actually makes contact. This temporal displacement of consciousness has philosophical implications. If you're always experiencing the past, when does the present moment actually occur in consciousness? The flowing sense of now, that seems so immediate and real, is actually a construction created by brain systems that are constantly running behind external events. Understanding these temporal aspects of consciousness helps explain various perceptual phenomena, and highlights how much interpretation and construction is involved in creating subjective experience. Your sense of living in the present moment is another illusion created by neural processes that must constantly work to synchronize and integrate information, arriving at different times from different sources. Fact 29. The self can dissolve. The sense of being a distinct, separate self feels like the most fundamental aspect of consciousness. You experience yourself as a bounded entity, separate from other people and objects, with your own thoughts, feelings, and perspective. But under certain conditions, this sense of selfhood can partially or completely dissolve, revealing that the ego is more fragile and constructed than it normally appears. Mystical and spiritual traditions have long reported experiences where the sense of individual selfhood temporarily disappears. Practitioners describe states of consciousness where the boundary between self and environment seems to vanish, where they feel merged with the universe or dissolved into pure awareness without personal identity. These experiences are reported across different cultures and religious traditions, suggesting they represent genuine alterations in consciousness rather than cultural constructs. Psychedelic drugs can reliably produce ego dissolution experiences. Substances like psilocybin, LSD, and DMT can temporarily eliminate the sense of being a separate self, causing people to feel merged with their environment, other people, or abstract concepts like love or consciousness itself. Brain imaging during these experiences shows decreased activity in brain networks associated with the self-referential thinking and personal identity. Meditation can produce similar effects through non-pharmacological means. Advanced practitioners report states where their normal sense of self disappears, leaving only pure awareness without personal identity. These states can last for minutes or hours, and are often described as profoundly peaceful and insightful. Certain neurological conditions can also disrupt the sense of self. Depersonalization disorder causes people to feel detached from themselves, as if they're observing their own lives from outside their bodies. Dissociative disorders can fragment the sense of self into multiple identities or cause people to feel as if they're not real or don't exist. Brain stimulation research has identified specific neural networks involved in maintaining the sense of self. The default mode network, active during rest and self-referential thinking, appears to be crucial for maintaining ego boundaries. When this network is disrupted by drugs, meditation, or brain stimulation, the sense of self can become altered or disappear entirely. These experiences suggest that the ego, rather than being a fundamental feature of consciousness, is actually a construction created by specific brain processes. When those processes are disrupted, consciousness can continue to exist without the normal sense of personal identity. The temporary dissolution of the self often leads to lasting changes in how people understand themselves and their relationship to the world. Many report reduced anxiety, increased empathy, and a greater sense of connection to others after experiencing ego dissolution. These effects suggest that the normal boundaries of selfhood might be more restrictive than necessary for psychological well-being. Fact 30. Brain death isn't always final. Death seems like the ultimate end of consciousness, the point where awareness stops forever. But research on brain death and near-death experiences reveals that the transition from life to death might be more complex than previously understood, with some form of brain activity persisting even after the heart stops beating. When someone is declared brain dead, their brain shows no detectable electrical activity on EEG machines, and they cannot breathe without artificial support. However, recent studies using more sensitive detection methods have found that some neural activity can persist for minutes or even hours after clinical brain death is declared. In both humans and animals, researchers have detected gamma waves associated with consciousness in living brains, occurring for several minutes after cardiac arrest. These brain waves are similar to those seen during heightened awareness and might indicate some form of continued neural processing even after the heart has stopped. Animal studies have shown that brain activity actually increases briefly after cardiac arrest, creating patterns of neural activity that are more intense and organized than those seen in normal waking consciousness. This surge of activity occurs as brain cells begin to die from lack of oxygen, but it suggests that the dying brain might be capable of generating conscious experiences. Near-death experiences, reported by people who have been resuscitated, provide subjective evidence that consciousness might persist during clinical death. These experiences often include out-of-body perceptions, encounters with deceased relatives, and detailed observations of resuscitation efforts. Some people report accurate information about events that occurred while they were clinically dead, though the interpretation of these reports remains controversial. The timing of near-death experiences is puzzling because they often seem to occur during periods when brain activity should be insufficient to support consciousness. Brain monitors show flat-lined EEG patterns, yet people report rich, complex experiences during these times. This suggests either that consciousness can exist with minimal brain activity, or that these experiences occur during brief moments of renewed brain function. Different brain regions die at different rates after cardiac arrest. Some areas might continue functioning for longer periods than others, potentially creating islands of neural activity that could support fragments of consciousness. The brain's response to oxygen deprivation might also trigger final bursts of activity as cells begin to die. These findings don't prove that consciousness survives death, but they suggest that the boundary between life and death is less clear-cut than traditionally believed. The dying process might involve gradual stages of consciousness reduction rather than an immediate transition from awareness to oblivion. Research in this area is challenging because it involves studying people at the moment of death, but advances in brain monitoring technology are providing new insights into what happens to consciousness during the dying process. Fact 31. Consciousness can expand with psychedelics. Psychedelic substances have been used for thousands of years to alter consciousness, but only recently has science begun to understand how these drugs create their profound effects on awareness, perception, and sense of self. These substances can expand consciousness in ways that challenge our basic assumptions about the nature of subjective experience and the boundaries of normal awareness. Psilocybin, the active compound in magic mushrooms, can create experiences where people feel their consciousness has expanded beyond their normal boundaries. Users report feeling connected to all of existence, experiencing synesthesia where senses blend together, and perceiving deeper meanings in ordinary objects and events. Time perception becomes distorted, with minutes feeling like hours, or hours passing in what seems like moments. LSD produces similar consciousness-expanding effects that can last for many hours. People often report seeing complex geometric patterns, experiencing profound emotional insights, and feeling as if they've gained access to deeper levels of reality that are normally hidden from awareness. The sense of self can become fluid, with users feeling they've merged with other people, objects, or abstract concepts. Brain imaging studies show that psychedelics work by disrupting normal patterns of neural communication. They particularly affect the default mode network, a brain system involved in self-referential thinking and maintaining the sense of being a separate self. When this network is disrupted, the normal boundaries of consciousness become more flexible. DMT, often called the most powerful psychedelic, can create experiences so intense that users report visiting alternate dimensions, encountering non-human intelligences, and accessing forms of consciousness that feel more real than ordinary reality. These experiences occur during trips lasting only 15-30 minutes, but can feel like they lasted for hours, days, or even lifetimes. The consciousness expansion produced by psychedelics isn't just subjective experience. Research shows these substances can increase neural connectivity, causing brain regions that don't normally communicate to begin sharing information. This increased connectivity might explain the novel thoughts, insights, and perceptions that characterize psychedelic experiences. Many users report that psychedelic experiences provide lasting benefits, including reduced anxiety and depression, increased empathy and openness, and a greater sense of meaning and purpose in life. These effects can persist for months or years after a single experience, suggesting that expanded consciousness states might have therapeutic value. Current research is investigating whether controlled psychedelic experiences might be useful for treating various mental health conditions. Early results suggest that these consciousness-expanding substances might be particularly effective for conditions involving rigid thought patterns or disconnection from emotions and meaning. The ability of psychedelics to reliably produce expanded consciousness states suggests that normal awareness represents only one possible configuration of the brain's information processing systems. Under altered chemical conditions, consciousness can access entirely different modes of operation that reveal hidden capacities for perception, insight, and connection. Fact 32. Near-death experiences feel universally similar. When people approach death and are later resuscitated, they often report remarkably similar experiences regardless of their cultural background, religious beliefs, or personal history. These near-death experiences share common elements that appear across different populations worldwide, suggesting they might reflect fundamental features of consciousness during extreme states rather than cultural or psychological constructs. The most commonly reported elements include moving through a tunnel toward a bright light, experiencing a life review where past events are re-experienced with perfect clarity, encountering deceased relatives or spiritual beings, and feeling overwhelming peace and love. Many people also report out-of-body experiences where they observe their own unconscious body and the resuscitation efforts from an external perspective. The life review component is particularly consistent across accounts. People describe experiencing their entire lives in moments, but not as passive observers. They report feeling the emotions of everyone they interacted with, understanding the ripple effects of their actions, and gaining profound insights into the meaning and purpose of their experiences. This review is usually described as non-judgmental, but deeply meaningful. The encounter with beings of light or deceased relatives follows similar patterns across cultures. These entities are typically described as radiating unconditional love and wisdom, communicating through direct thought transmission rather than spoken words. Even people who had no previous spiritual beliefs often interpret these encounters as meetings with divine or transcendent beings. The tunnel and light experience appears to be independent of cultural conditioning. Children who have never been exposed to descriptions of near-death experiences report the same tunnel and light elements as adults. People from cultures without tunnel imagery in their death-related traditions still describe moving through tunnel-like passages toward brilliant light sources. Brain researchers have proposed various explanations for these similarities. The tunnel experience might result from the visual cortex shutting down in a specific pattern that creates the perception of moving through a constricting space toward a central bright point. The life review might be caused by memory systems becoming hyperactive as the brain loses oxygen. However, some aspects of near-death experiences remain difficult to explain using current neuroscience. People sometimes report accurate information about events that occurred while they were unconscious, including conversations in other rooms or details about medical procedures they couldn't have observed from their physical position. The transformative effects of near-death experiences are remarkably consistent. Most people report losing their fear of death, developing stronger spiritual beliefs, and feeling more compassionate toward others. These changes often persist for decades and can be more profound than those produced by years of therapy or religious practice. The universal nature of near-death experiences suggests they might represent a fundamental aspect of consciousness that emerges under extreme conditions. Whether these experiences reflect spiritual realities, neurological processes, or something entirely different remains one of the most intriguing questions in consciousness research. Fact 33. The brain is energy hungry. Your brain represents only about 2% of your total body weight, yet it consumes approximately 20% of all the energy your body uses. This makes the brain one of the most metabolically expensive organs in your body, requiring constant fuel to maintain the complex processes that generate consciousness. The energy demands of awareness itself are enormous, highlighting just how much work is required to create your subjective experience of being alive. Neurons are incredibly energy-intensive cells. They must constantly maintain electrical gradients across their membranes, synthesize neurotransmitters, transport materials throughout their extensive branches, and repair cellular damage. The brain contains roughly 86 billion neurons, each one performing these energy-demanding tasks continuously, even during sleep. Consciousness appears to be particularly energy expensive. When you're deeply focused on a challenging mental task, your brain's energy consumption increases significantly above its already high baseline level. Complex thinking, learning new information, and maintaining attention all require additional metabolic resources beyond what's needed for basic brain function. The brain's energy hunger explains why mental fatigue feels so similar to physical exhaustion. After hours of concentrated cognitive work, you feel drained not just mentally, but physically. Your brain has literally consumed significant amounts of your body's energy reserves, leaving you feeling tired even if you haven't moved from your chair. This high energy cost might explain why consciousness appears to be selective and limited, rather than comprehensive and unlimited. If awareness required full conscious processing of all available information, the energy demands would be unsustainable. The brain's filtering and attention systems might have evolved partly to manage these metabolic constraints. Sleep serves crucial functions for brain energy management. During sleep, the brain reduces its energy consumption while performing essential maintenance tasks like clearing metabolic waste products and consolidating memories. The glymphatic system, which clears toxins from brain tissue, is most active during sleep when energy demands are lower. Different states of consciousness have different energy requirements. Deep meditation and certain altered states of consciousness can actually reduce brain energy consumption while maintaining awareness. This suggests that normal waking consciousness might not be the most energy-efficient way for the brain to operate. The brain's glucose dependence makes it vulnerable to energy disruptions. Even brief reductions in blood sugar can significantly impair cognitive function and conscious awareness. This is why hunger can affect thinking, mood, and decision-making so dramatically. The brain simply cannot function normally without adequate fuel. Understanding the energy costs of consciousness has practical implications. Mental performance can be optimized by managing blood sugar levels, getting adequate sleep, and recognizing when cognitive fatigue requires rest rather than pushing through exhaustion. Fact 34. You can't truly multitask. Despite feeling like you can juggle multiple tasks simultaneously, your conscious mind cannot actually focus on more than one thing at a time. What feels like multitasking is actually rapid task switching, where your attention jumps quickly between different activities, creating the illusion of simultaneous processing, while actually handling each task sequentially. When you think you're multitasking, such as talking on the phone while checking email, your brain is rapidly alternating its focus between these activities. You might switch attention every few seconds, or even several times per second, but you're never truly conscious of both tasks at exactly the same moment. This switching process requires mental energy and time, making multitasking less efficient than focusing on one task at a time. The switching costs of multitasking can be measured in laboratory settings. When people alternate between different types of tasks, their performance on each individual task suffers compared to when they focus on just one task. The more complex the tasks, the greater the performance penalty from task switching. This is why multitasking feels effortful and can be mentally exhausting. Attention has been compared to a spotlight that can illuminate only one area at a time. While your brain can move this spotlight very quickly, it cannot split it into multiple beams to illuminate several areas simultaneously. When you try to multitask, you're essentially rapidly moving your attention spotlight between different focal points. Some activities can be performed simultaneously, but only when one of them is highly automated and requires minimal conscious attention. You can walk while talking, because walking has become an unconscious, automatic process for most adults. However, you cannot consciously read two different texts simultaneously, or listen to two conversations at once with equal attention. The myth of multitasking has significant practical implications. Students who study while watching television or checking social media learn less effectively than those who focus on their studies exclusively. Workers who frequently switch between tasks make more errors and take longer to complete their work than those who focus on one task at a time. Modern technology has made multitasking more tempting and seemingly necessary, but it has also made the limitations of human attention more apparent. The constant notifications, alerts, and information streams of digital devices create artificial pressure to multitask, often resulting in decreased performance and increased stress. Recognizing the limitations of attention can lead to better strategies for managing complex work and life demands. Instead of trying to do everything at once, people can be more effective by prioritizing tasks, minimizing interruptions, and giving full attention to one activity at a time before moving to the next. The inability to truly multitask reveals something fundamental about consciousness itself. It operates as a unified, sequential process rather than a parallel processing system. This limitation might seem like a design flaw, but it might actually reflect the optimal way to manage the complex integration of information that consciousness requires. Fact 35. Flow states reduce self-awareness. When you become completely absorbed in an activity, whether it's playing music, solving a complex problem, or engaging in sports, you can enter a state of consciousness where your normal sense of self temporarily disappears. In these flow states, the constant internal chatter of self-reflection, self-judgment, and self-consciousness fades away, leaving only pure engagement with the task at hand. Flow states are characterized by complete absorption in the present moment. Time perception changes dramatically, with hours passing like minutes or seconds, stretching into extended experiences. The boundary between the self and the activity becomes blurred, creating a sense of merger with the task. People often describe feeling like they're not doing the activity so much as becoming the activity itself. Brain imaging studies show that flow states involve decreased activity in the prefrontal cortex, particularly areas involved in self-referential thinking and executive control. This process, called transient hypofrontality, temporarily reduces the brain's normal self-monitoring and critical thinking functions, allowing for more fluid, automatic performance. The reduction in self-awareness during flow states explains why people often perform better when they're not consciously trying to control their actions. Athletes describe their best performances as happening when they get out of their own way. Musicians report that their most inspired playing occurs when they stop thinking about technique and become completely absorbed in the music. Flow states can be incredibly rewarding psychologically. People often describe these experiences as among the most satisfying and meaningful moments of their lives. The temporary elimination of self-consciousness removes the anxiety, doubt, and internal criticism that normally accompany performance, creating a sense of effortless competence and joy. Different activities can trigger flow states, but they typically require a balance between challenge and skill level. If a task is too easy, boredom results. If it's too difficult, anxiety takes over. Flow occurs in the sweet spot, where the challenge slightly exceeds current skill level, requiring full attention and engagement without overwhelming capabilities. The loss of self-awareness in flow states reveals how much mental energy is normally devoted to self-monitoring and self-evaluation. When these processes are temporarily suspended, more cognitive resources become available for the task itself, often resulting in enhanced creativity, performance, and enjoyment. Understanding flow states has practical applications for education, work, and personal development. Creating conditions that promote flow can improve learning, increase job satisfaction, and enhance overall well-being. This might involve adjusting challenge levels, minimizing distractions, and providing clear goals and immediate feedback. The temporary reduction of self-awareness in flow states also provides insights into the nature of the self. These experiences suggest that the constant sense of being a separate, observing self might not be necessary for effective functioning and might even interfere with optimal performance in many situations. Fact 36. Microdosing may alter consciousness subtly. Microdosing involves taking tiny amounts of psychedelic substances, typically 1/10 to 1/20th of a full dose, with the goal of achieving subtle alterations in consciousness without the intense experiences associated with larger amounts. This practice has gained popularity as people seek ways to enhance creativity, mood, and cognitive function while maintaining normal daily functioning. Unlike full psychedelic experiences that dramatically alter perception and consciousness, microdoses are designed to remain below the threshold of obvious intoxication. Users often report feeling more creative, emotionally balanced, and cognitively flexible without experiencing visual distortions, time dilation, or other dramatic perceptual changes associated with larger doses. Research on microdosing is still in its early stages, but preliminary studies suggest it might influence consciousness in measurable ways. Brain imaging shows that even small amounts of psychedelics can increase connectivity between different brain regions, potentially enhancing creative thinking and problem-solving abilities. Users often report experiencing novel insights and approaches to familiar problems. The effects of microdosing appear to be subtle but persistent. Rather than creating dramatic alterations in consciousness, microdoses might fine-tune existing mental processes. Users often describe feeling like enhanced versions of themselves rather than feeling fundamentally different. This suggests that consciousness might be more malleable and adjustable than typically assumed. Mood and emotional regulation seem particularly responsive to microdosing. Many users report decreased anxiety and depression, increased empathy and social connection, and greater emotional resilience. These effects might result from subtle changes in neurotransmitter systems that regulate mood and social behavior. The placebo effect complicates research on microdosing because the effects are often subtle and subjective. Users might experience benefits partly because they expect to feel better, making it difficult to determine how much of the reported effects are due to the substance itself versus psychological factors. Controlled studies using proper placebo controls are beginning to address these questions. One of the most commonly reported effects of microdosing is enhanced creativity. Users often describe thinking more flexibly, making novel connections between ideas, and approaching problems from new angles. This might result from increased communication between brain networks that normally operate independently. The growing interest in microdosing reflects a broader cultural shift toward exploring consciousness enhancement through various means. Unlike traditional drug use aimed at escaping normal consciousness, microdosing represents an attempt to optimize normal consciousness while maintaining full functionality in daily life. Long-term effects of microdosing remain unknown, and the practice exists in a legal gray area in most jurisdictions. However, the reported effects suggest that consciousness might be more adjustable and improvable than previously thought, opening new questions about the optimal configurations of awareness and cognitive function. Fact 37. Trauma fragments, consciousness. Traumatic experiences can shatter the normal unity of consciousness, creating fragmented mental states where memories, emotions, and identity become disconnected from each other. Trauma doesn't just create bad memories. It can fundamentally alter how consciousness operates, leading to dissociative symptoms where people feel disconnected from their thoughts, emotions, memories, or sense of self. During overwhelming traumatic events, the brain's normal integration processes can break down. Instead of forming coherent memories that can be consciously accessed and processed, traumatic experiences might be stored in fragmented pieces scattered across different memory systems. This can result in intrusive flashbacks, emotional reactions without clear triggers, and gaps in autobiographical memory. Dissociation serves as a protective mechanism during trauma, allowing consciousness to disconnect from unbearable experiences. People might feel as if they're watching the traumatic event happen to someone else, or they might have no memory of the experience at all. While this protects consciousness from immediate overwhelming pain, it can create lasting fragmentation effects. Post-traumatic stress disorder demonstrates how trauma can create persistent alterations in consciousness. Flashbacks can suddenly transport consciousness back to the traumatic moment, making past events feel present and real. Hypervigilance keeps consciousness locked in threat detection mode, making it difficult to relax or feel safe even in non-threatening situations. Complex trauma, resulting from repeated or prolonged traumatic experiences, can create more severe fragmentation of consciousness. People might develop multiple distinct identity states, each holding different memories, emotions, and coping strategies. This can lead to dissociative identity disorder, where consciousness becomes divided into separate, sometimes conflicting parts. Memory fragmentation is a common result of trauma. Instead of coherent narrative memories, trauma survivors might have disconnected sensory fragments. A sound, a smell, a visual image, or a bodily sensation that triggers intense emotional reactions without clear context. These fragments can intrude into consciousness unexpectedly, creating confusion and distress. The body holds trauma in ways that fragment the connection between physical sensations and conscious awareness. Trauma survivors often report feeling disconnected from their bodies, experiencing chronic pain without clear physical causes, or having intense physical reactions to emotional triggers. This mind-body disconnection reflects trauma's impact on consciousness integration. Healing from trauma often involves reintegrating fragmented aspects of consciousness. Therapeutic approaches focus on helping people safely reconnect with traumatic memories, emotions, and bodily sensations in ways that don't overwhelm their current capacity to cope. This integration process can restore the normal unity and flow of consciousness. Understanding trauma's impact on consciousness has led to new therapeutic approaches that focus on the body, nervous system regulation, and gradual reintegration of fragmented experiences. These approaches recognize that healing trauma requires more than just talking about what happened. It requires rebuilding the fundamental integration processes that create unified consciousness. Fact 38. Your name triggers brain activity instantly. Among all the words you might hear in a crowded room, your own name has a unique power to immediately capture your attention and trigger specific patterns of brain activity. This phenomenon, known as the cocktail party effect for names, demonstrates how consciousness prioritizes self-relevant information even when you're not consciously listening for it. Brain imaging studies show that hearing your own name activates multiple brain regions simultaneously, including areas involved in attention, self-referential thinking, and emotional processing. This activation happens within milliseconds of hearing the name, faster than conscious recognition occurs. Your brain responds to your name before you're aware that you've heard it. The neural response to your own name is stronger and more widespread than the response to other people's names, even names of close friends or family members. This suggests that your brain has developed specialized processing pathways for self-relevant information that operate with heightened sensitivity and speed. This name detection system operates below the threshold of consciousness most of the time. You can be completely focused on a conversation, a book, or a task, yet still notice when someone across the room mentions your name. Your brain continuously monitors background auditory information for personally relevant signals while allowing conscious attention to focus elsewhere. The strength of the name response varies with emotional significance and frequency of use. Nicknames used by close friends or family members often trigger stronger responses than formal names used in professional settings. This suggests that the brain's name detection system is calibrated based on personal experience and emotional associations. Interestingly, the name response can be modified by psychological states and disorders. People with depression often show reduced brain responses to their own names, possibly reflecting the decreased self-focus and self-esteem associated with the condition. Individuals with narcissistic traits might show enhanced responses to their names compared to other people's names. The name effect extends beyond just hearing. Seeing your name in text also triggers heightened brain activity, though typically not as strongly as hearing it spoken. This visual name recognition operates through similar self-referential processing networks, suggesting that both auditory and visual name recognition tap into fundamental self-awareness systems. Cultural factors influence name processing in interesting ways. People who use different names in different social contexts, such as a formal name at work and a nickname with friends, show differential brain responses depending on the context in which the name is heard. The brain appears to maintain separate associations for different versions of the same person's name. This immediate, unconscious response to your own name reveals how consciousness is constantly filtering and prioritizing information based on personal relevance. The brain doesn't treat all words equally. It has developed specialized systems to ensure that self-relevant information receives immediate attention, even when conscious focus is directed elsewhere. Fact 39. Some people don't have an inner voice. The constant stream of verbal thoughts running through your mind, the inner voice that narrates your experiences and helps you think through problems, feels like a universal feature of human consciousness. But approximately 5 to 10% of people experience little to no inner speech, thinking primarily in images, concepts, or abstract patterns rather than words. People without inner speech, a condition sometimes called aphantasia of the mind's ear, report that their thinking processes feel fundamentally different from what most people describe. They don't hear words in their heads when reading silently, don't rehearse conversations internally, and don't use verbal self-talk to work through problems or make decisions. Instead of thinking in words, these individuals might think in visual images, spatial relationships, emotional impressions, or pure concepts that bypass verbal formulation entirely. They can still use language perfectly normally when speaking or writing, but their internal mental processes operate without the running verbal commentary that characterizes most people's conscious experience. Brain imaging studies show that people without inner speech have different patterns of activation in language-related brain areas during thinking tasks. Areas typically involved in speech production and auditory processing show less activity during internal thought, while visual and spatial processing areas might show increased activity. The absence of inner speech can actually provide advantages in certain situations. People without verbal thinking often report faster processing speeds for visual spatial tasks, better ability to think holistically rather than sequentially, and less interference from verbal analysis when performing intuitive or creative tasks. However, the lack of inner speech can also create challenges. Tasks that typically rely on verbal rehearsal, such as remembering phone numbers or following complex verbal instructions, might be more difficult. Some people without inner speech report struggling with activities that require step-by-step verbal planning or self-instruction. The discovery that inner speech is not universal has important implications for understanding consciousness and cognition. It suggests that there might be multiple valid ways of thinking and experiencing consciousness, rather than one standard human cognitive template. This challenges assumptions about how thinking works and highlights the diversity of human mental experience. Educational and therapeutic approaches often assume that everyone has inner speech and can benefit from verbal self-instruction techniques. Understanding that some people think differently could lead to more inclusive approaches that accommodate various styles of internal mental processing. The existence of different thinking styles also raises questions about how consciousness itself might vary between individuals. If something as fundamental as inner speech can be absent in some people, what other aspects of conscious experience might differ more than previously recognized? Research in this area is still developing, but it's becoming clear that consciousness is more diverse than typically assumed. The absence of inner speech in some individuals provides a window into alternative ways of organizing and experiencing thought, expanding our understanding of the possible varieties of human consciousness. Fact 40. Others think only in pictures. While some people lack inner speech, others experience the opposite extreme, thinking almost exclusively in vivid mental images with little or no verbal component. These visual thinkers process information primarily through pictures, spatial relationships, and visual spatial patterns rather than words or abstract concepts. Visual thinkers often report that their minds work like movie screens, constantly generating detailed images to represent ideas, memories, and plans. When they recall a conversation, they might see the physical setting and the people involved rather than hearing the words that were spoken. When solving problems, they construct visual models and manipulate them mentally, rather than using verbal reasoning. This visual thinking style can provide significant advantages in certain domains. Many visual thinkers excel at spatial reasoning, engineering, art, and design because they can easily manipulate complex three-dimensional relationships in their minds. They often have exceptional memory for visual details and can recall the appearance of places, objects, and people with remarkable accuracy. Temple Grandin, a famous autism researcher and advocate, has described her own visual thinking in detail. She reports thinking entirely in pictures and having to translate her visual thoughts into words when communicating with others. She can mentally construct detailed three-dimensional models of complex machinery and predict how different parts will interact, a skill that made her highly successful in designing livestock handling facilities. Brain imaging studies of visual thinkers show increased activity in visual processing areas during thinking tasks, even when the tasks don't explicitly require visual processing. Their brains appear to recruit visual systems to handle abstract concepts that other people might process verbally or through other cognitive channels. Visual thinking can also present challenges in verbal-dominated educational and professional environments. Traditional academic approaches that rely heavily on verbal instruction, written analysis, and sequential verbal reasoning might not match visual thinkers' natural processing styles, potentially leading to underperformance despite high intelligence. Some visual thinkers report difficulty with verbal tasks that come easily to others. They might struggle with reading comprehension when texts contain abstract concepts that don't readily translate into visual images. Mathematical word problems can be challenging if they can't visualize the relationships described verbally. The predominance of visual thinking in some individuals highlights the diversity of human cognitive styles. While most people use a combination of visual, verbal, and abstract thinking processes, some individuals rely so heavily on one modality that it fundamentally shapes their conscious experience and interaction with the world. Understanding visual thinking has practical implications for education, where teaching methods could be adapted to accommodate different cognitive styles. Visual thinkers might benefit from diagram-based instruction, hands-on learning experiences, and opportunities to demonstrate knowledge through visual rather than verbal means. The existence of predominantly visual thinkers also raises interesting questions about the nature of consciousness and thought. If thinking can occur primarily through images rather than words, this suggests that consciousness is more flexible and diverse than often assumed, capable of organizing itself around different types of mental representations. Fact 41. Your brain rehearses scenarios while daydreaming. When your mind wanders during idle moments, it's not simply resting or entertaining itself with random thoughts. Your brain is actively engaged in a sophisticated simulation process, rehearsing possible future scenarios, practicing social interactions, and working through potential challenges before they occur in real life. Default mode network activity, which increases during daydreaming and mind wandering, involves regions of the brain responsible for autobiographical memory, future planning, and social cognition. This network creates detailed mental simulations that feel like watching movies in your mind, complete with dialogue, emotional responses, and multiple possible outcomes. These mental rehearsals serve important psychological and practical functions. By imagining future situations, your brain prepares emotional and behavioral responses that can be quickly accessed when similar real-world situations arise. This mental practice can improve actual performance and reduce anxiety about upcoming challenges. Social scenarios are particularly common subjects for mental rehearsal. You might find yourself mentally practicing important conversations, imagining how others will respond to your words, and planning your reactions to various possible responses. This social simulation helps you navigate complex interpersonal relationships and anticipate social dynamics. Research shows that mental rehearsal activates many of the same brain regions involved in actually performing the rehearsed activities. When you imagine having a conversation, your brain activates speech and language areas. When you visualize physical movements, motor planning regions become active. This suggests that mental practice can provide genuine preparation for real-world performance. The scenarios your brain chooses to rehearse are influenced by your current concerns, goals, and anxieties. If you're worried about an upcoming presentation, your mind will likely generate multiple versions of how it might unfold. If you're excited about a social event, you'll probably imagine various ways it could go well. Daydreaming also involves counterfactual thinking, where your brain explores alternative versions of past events. You might imagine how things could have gone differently if you had made different choices, said different things, or acted differently in various situations. This mental time travel helps you learn from past experiences and adjust future behavior. The quality and content of mental rehearsals can affect mood and behavior in significant ways. Repeatedly imagining negative outcomes can increase anxiety and pessimism, while visualizing positive scenarios can boost confidence and motivation. This highlights the importance of becoming aware of your mental simulation patterns. Understanding the rehearsal function of daydreaming has practical applications. Deliberately engaging in positive mental rehearsal, such as visualizing successful performance or positive social interactions, can actually improve real-world outcomes. Athletes and performers have long used this principle in formal visualization training. The brain's tendency to continuously simulate future scenarios reveals how consciousness is fundamentally oriented towards the future. Rather than simply experiencing the present moment, your mind is constantly preparing for what might come next, using downtime to run mental experiments that enhance your readiness for future challenges and opportunities. Fact 42. Déjà vu reveals memory system glitches. The eerie feeling that you've experienced an identical situation before, even though you know it's impossible, provides a window into how your brain's memory systems normally operate. Déjà vu occurs when the brain's recognition mechanisms misfire, creating a false sense of familiarity that feels completely real despite being logically impossible. Déjà vu affects most people occasionally, typically lasting only a few seconds, but creating a powerful sense that the current moment has happened before in exactly the same way. During these episodes, people often feel they know what will happen next, though this prediction usually fails to materialize, breaking the spell of familiarity. Research suggests that déjà vu results from a miscommunication between different memory systems in the brain. The hippocampus, responsible for forming new memories, and the rhinal cortex, involved in recognition and familiarity, normally work together seamlessly. When their timing becomes misaligned, the brain might tag a new experience as familiar before it's been properly processed as a new memory. Brain imaging studies show that déjà vu involves increased activity in areas responsible for memory retrieval and conflict detection. The brain recognizes that something unusual is happening, but can't resolve the contradiction between the feeling of familiarity and the knowledge that the situation is new. Certain factors increase the likelihood of experiencing déjà vu. Fatigue, stress, and travel to new places all make these episodes more common. Young adults experience déjà vu more frequently than older adults, possibly because their more plastic brains are more prone to the temporal misalignments that create the phenomenon. People with temporal lobe epilepsy often experience intense, prolonged déjà vu episodes as part of their seizures. These medical cases have provided researchers with insights into the brain mechanisms underlying the phenomenon, showing that electrical stimulation of specific temporal lobe regions can reliably trigger déjà vu experiences. The fact that déjà vu feels so compelling, despite being clearly false, highlights how much your sense of reality depends on memory systems operating correctly. When these systems malfunction even briefly, they can create powerful subjective experiences that feel completely real, but have no basis in actual past experience. Déjà vu also reveals the constructive nature of memory and recognition. Rather than simply playing back recorded experiences, your brain actively constructs the sense of familiarity by comparing current experiences to stored patterns. When this comparison process goes awry, it can create false matches that feel absolutely convincing. Understanding déjà vu helps illustrate why memory in general can be unreliable. If the brain's memory systems can create such convincing false recognitions during déjà vu episodes, they might also create subtler false memories or distorted recollections during normal operation. The universal nature of déjà vu experiences suggests that all human brains are susceptible to these memory system glitches. This commonality reveals something fundamental about how memory and consciousness operate, showing that even our most basic sense of familiarity and recognition is constructed by fallible neural processes rather than simply given by direct experience. Fact 43. Your brain can make you hear silence. Silence seems like the absence of sound, a simple lack of auditory input that your brain passively notices. But research reveals that your brain actively constructs the experience of silence, sometimes even creating auditory sensations in the complete absence of sound waves. This process reveals how much interpretation and construction is involved in even the most basic aspects of conscious experience. When you suddenly enter a very quiet environment, you might notice a ringing, buzzing, or hissing sound that seems to come from nowhere. This tinnitus-like experience occurs because your auditory system, deprived of its normal input, begins to generate its own activity. The brain interprets this self-generated neural activity as actual sound, creating auditory experiences without any external sound source. The auditory cortex remains active even in silence, processing and interpreting the minimal acoustic information available. Your brain amplifies faint sounds that would normally be masked by louder environmental noise, making you aware of your heartbeat, breathing, or the subtle sounds of your own body that are usually below the threshold of consciousness. Adaptation effects also influence how you experience silence. After exposure to loud sounds, your auditory system becomes less sensitive, making subsequent quiet periods seem more silent than they actually are. Conversely, after periods of quiet, your hearing becomes more sensitive, making you aware of faint sounds you wouldn't normally notice. The brain's expectation systems play a role in constructing the experience of silence. When you expect to hear something but don't, your auditory system might fill in the gap with predicted sounds. This is why silence can sometimes feel actively present rather than simply absent, as if it's a thing you're experiencing rather than a lack of experience. Cultural and psychological factors influence how silence is perceived and interpreted. Some people find silence uncomfortable or anxiety-provoking, while others find it peaceful and restorative. These different responses reflect how the brain's interpretation of sensory absence is influenced by expectations, associations, and learned responses. Meditation and mindfulness practices often focus attention on silence, revealing how much mental activity normally occupies conscious awareness. When external sounds are minimized and attention is directed inward, people often become aware of the constant stream of mental chatter that usually operates below conscious awareness. The brain's ability to create auditory experiences in silence has practical implications for understanding hearing disorders and auditory hallucinations. If the brain can generate convincing sound experiences without external input, this helps explain how various conditions can create persistent auditory symptoms. Research on silence processing also reveals the active nature of all perception. Rather than passively receiving sensory input, your brain constantly interprets, constructs, and fills in gaps in sensory information. Even the experience of nothing being there is something your brain actively creates rather than simply registers. Factoid 4. Consciousness may rely on quantum effects. One of the most controversial theories in consciousness research proposes that quantum mechanical effects in the brain might be necessary for generating conscious experience. While most neuroscientists focus on the electrical and chemical processes of neurons, some researchers argue that consciousness requires quantum phenomena that operate at the molecular or atomic level within brain cells. The orchestrated objective reduction theory, proposed by physicist Roger Penrose and anesthesiologist Stuart Hameroff, suggests that consciousness arises from quantum computations occurring in microtubules, protein structures found inside neurons. According to this theory, quantum effects allow for the kind of integrated, holistic processing that characterizes conscious experience. Quantum mechanics deals with phenomena that seem impossible according to everyday experience. Particles existing in multiple states simultaneously, instantaneous connections between distant objects, and fundamental uncertainty in physical measurements. If consciousness involves quantum effects, this might explain some of its puzzling properties, such as the unity of subjective experience and the binding of different sensory inputs into coherent perceptions. Critics argue that the brain is too warm and noisy for quantum effects to persist long enough to influence neural processing. Quantum phenomena typically require extremely cold temperatures and isolated systems to avoid interference from environmental factors. The brain's biological environment would seem to destroy quantum coherence almost instantly. However, recent research has discovered quantum effects in biological systems that were previously thought impossible. Photosynthesis in plants appears to use quantum coherence to efficiently transfer energy, and some animals might use quantum effects for navigation. These findings suggest that biology might harness quantum phenomena more extensively than previously recognized. If consciousness does involve quantum effects, this could have profound implications for understanding the mind-brain relationship. Quantum mechanics introduces genuine randomness and non-locality into physical systems, potentially providing room for mental causation that wouldn't exist in purely classical physical systems. The quantum theory of consciousness remains highly speculative and controversial. Most neuroscientists believe that classical physics and chemistry are sufficient to explain consciousness without requiring exotic quantum effects. The theory is difficult to test experimentally, making it challenging to evaluate scientifically. Recent advances in quantum biology and quantum information theory are providing new tools for investigating possible quantum effects in consciousness. Some researchers are developing experimental protocols that could detect quantum signatures in neural processing, though definitive evidence remains elusive. Whether or not consciousness involves quantum effects, the theory highlights important questions about how subjective experience emerges from physical processes. If classical physics cannot fully explain consciousness, this might indicate that our understanding of either consciousness or physics remains incomplete. The quantum consciousness debate also illustrates how consciousness research intersects with fundamental questions in physics and philosophy. Understanding consciousness might require insights from multiple disciplines and potentially new theoretical frameworks that haven't yet been developed. Fact 45. Sleep is not unconsciousness. The common view of sleep as a period of unconsciousness, where awareness simply shuts off until morning, turns out to be fundamentally incorrect. Sleep involves multiple distinct states of consciousness, each with its own patterns of brain activity, subjective experiences, and information processing capabilities. Rather than being unconscious during sleep, you cycle through different forms of awareness throughout the night. REM sleep, when most vivid dreams occur, shows brain activity patterns remarkably similar to waking consciousness. During REM periods, your brain is highly active, generating complex narratives, emotions, and sensory experiences. You're conscious during dreams, but it's a different kind of consciousness than waking awareness, with altered logic, memory, and reality testing. Non-REM sleep includes multiple stages, each associated with different types of conscious experience. Light sleep stages often involve hypnagogic hallucinations, fragmented thoughts, and awareness of external sounds. Even during deep sleep, when brainwaves are at their slowest, some level of information processing and awareness continues. Sleep consciousness differs from waking consciousness in predictable ways. Critical thinking and logical reasoning are impaired, allowing impossible dream scenarios to seem perfectly reasonable. Memory formation and recall operate differently, which is why dreams often fade quickly after waking. Attention and sensory processing are altered but not eliminated. The brain's monitoring systems remain partially active during sleep, allowing you to wake up in response to important stimuli, like your name being called, a baby crying, or a smoke alarm. This suggests that some level of consciousness persists throughout sleep, continuously evaluating the significance of environmental information. Different sleep stages serve different functions for consciousness and memory. REM sleep appears important for emotional processing and creative problem solving. Deep sleep helps consolidate memories and clear metabolic waste from brain tissue. Light sleep stages facilitate the transition between waking and sleeping consciousness. Sleep disorders reveal how complex sleep consciousness can be. People with REM sleep behavior disorder act out their dreams physically, showing that dream consciousness can influence motor systems. Sleep paralysis creates terrifying experiences where dream consciousness intrudes into waking awareness while the body remains paralyzed. Lucid dreaming demonstrates that the different forms of sleep consciousness can be modified and controlled. Some people learn to recognize when they're dreaming and take conscious control over their dream experiences, creating hybrid states that combine elements of waking and dreaming consciousness. The discovery that sleep involves multiple forms of consciousness rather than unconsciousness has changed how researchers think about the functions of sleep. Instead of simply being a period of rest and recovery, sleep appears to be an active process where consciousness reorganizes itself, processes experiences, and prepares for future waking periods. Understanding sleep as altered consciousness rather than unconsciousness also has practical implications for sleep hygiene and sleep disorders. Creating conditions that support healthy sleep consciousness, such as managing light exposure and maintaining regular sleep schedules, becomes important for overall mental health and cognitive function. Fact 46. Micro-awakenings happen every night. Throughout every night of sleep, you experience brief moments of awakening that you typically don't remember. These micro-awakenings, lasting anywhere from a few seconds to a minute, occur naturally as part of normal sleep architecture. Your consciousness briefly resurfaces, evaluates your environment and internal state, then returns to sleep so quickly that you rarely form lasting memories of these episodes. Sleep researchers can detect micro-awakenings using brainwave monitoring, even when people report sleeping soundly through the night. EEG patterns show sudden shifts from sleep brainwaves to more alert, waking-like activity, followed by a return to sleep patterns. These brief conscious episodes occur dozens of times per night in healthy sleepers. Micro-awakenings serve important survival functions. During these brief conscious moments, your brain checks for potential dangers, assesses your physical comfort, and determines whether any environmental changes require full awakening. This monitoring system allows you to sleep deeply while maintaining the ability to respond quickly to important stimuli. The frequency and duration of micro-awakenings increase with age. Older adults experience more frequent brief awakenings and may be more likely to remember them, leading to the perception that their sleep quality has declined even when their total sleep time remains adequate. This change in sleep architecture is a normal part of aging, but can affect subjective sleep satisfaction. Sleep disorders can dramatically increase micro-awakenings. Sleep apnea causes frequent brief awakenings as breathing stops and starts throughout the night. People with sleep apnea might experience hundreds of micro-awakenings per night, severely fragmenting their sleep even though they don't remember most of these episodes. This fragmentation explains why they feel tired despite seemingly adequate sleep duration. Environmental factors influence the frequency of micro-awakenings. Noise, light, temperature changes, and physical discomfort can trigger brief conscious episodes. Your brain's tolerance for these disturbances varies depending on your sleep stage, with deeper sleep phases being more resistant to awakening. The content of micro-awakenings can be surprisingly complex. During these brief conscious moments, you might register specific sounds, assess your position in bed, notice physical sensations, or even have fleeting thoughts before returning to sleep. However, the memory consolidation systems that normally record conscious experiences often don't have time to fully engage. Some people develop the ability to notice and remember their micro-awakenings. Meditation practitioners and others with heightened bodily awareness sometimes report being conscious of these brief wakeful moments throughout the night. This awareness doesn't necessarily indicate poor sleep quality, but rather increased sensitivity to normal sleep processes. Understanding micro-awakenings helps explain why sleep can feel less restorative even when duration appears adequate. Frequent micro-awakenings fragment sleep architecture, reducing the time spent in deeper, more restorative sleep stages. This fragmentation can occur without conscious awareness, leaving people feeling tired without understanding why. The existence of micro-awakenings reveals that consciousness doesn't simply turn off during sleep and turn back on upon awakening. Instead, consciousness ebbs and flows throughout the night, briefly surfacing to monitor your safety and well-being before submerging back into sleep states. This pattern suggests that the boundary between sleeping and waking consciousness is more fluid than commonly assumed. Fact 47. Emotions are body predictions. The emotions you experience feel like reactions to events in your life, spontaneous responses that arise when something good or bad happens. But neuroscience research reveals that emotions are actually predictions your brain makes about what your body needs to do to deal with current situations. Rather than simply reacting to the world, your brain actively constructs emotional experiences based on past learning and current context. When you encounter a situation, your brain rapidly compares it to stored memories of similar past experiences and predicts what bodily responses will be needed. If the situation resembles past threats, your brain predicts the need for fight or flight responses and generates the emotional experience of fear or anxiety. If it resembles past pleasures, your brain predicts approach behaviors and creates positive emotions. This predictive process happens largely below conscious awareness. Your brain analyzes countless environmental cues, bodily sensations, and contextual factors to determine what emotional state would be most appropriate for the current situation. The emotional experience you feel is actually your brain's best guess about how your body should respond. The construction of emotions explains why the same objective situation can evoke different emotional responses in different people, or even in the same person at different times. Your brain's predictions are based on your unique history of experiences, current physical state, cultural background, and countless other factors that influence how situations are interpreted. Your body's current physiological state significantly influences emotional predictions. When you're tired, hungry, or physically uncomfortable, your brain is more likely to predict negative emotions in response to neutral situations. This is why challenging situations feel more overwhelming when you're physically depleted. The predictive nature of emotions means they can be influenced by changing the inputs your brain uses to make its predictions. Learning new information about a situation, changing your physical state through exercise or breathing techniques, or practicing mindfulness to become aware of predictive processes can all alter emotional experiences. Cultural and social learning play major roles in shaping emotional predictions. Different cultures emphasize different emotional responses to similar situations, and your brain learns these culturally appropriate patterns. The emotions you experience are partly constructed from the emotional concepts you've learned throughout your life. This understanding of emotions as predictions rather than reactions has important therapeutic implications. Depression and anxiety might partly result from brains that have learned to consistently predict negative outcomes and generate corresponding negative emotions. Therapeutic interventions can help retrain these predictive systems. The predictive theory of emotions also explains why emotional experiences can seem so real and compelling, even when they're based on inaccurate predictions. If your brain predicts danger in a safe situation, you'll experience genuine fear, even though the threat isn't real. The emotion feels completely valid because it's generated by the same neural processes that create emotions in genuinely dangerous situations. Understanding emotions as constructions rather than simple reactions empowers people to take a more active role in their emotional lives. Rather than being passive victims of emotional reactions, people can learn to recognize and influence the predictive processes that generate their emotional experiences. Fact 48. Pain can exist without injury. Pain feels like a direct signal from injured tissue, a simple alarm system that alerts you to physical damage. But neuroscience has revealed that pain is actually a complex construction created by your nervous system, one that can exist without any tissue damage and can be absent even when significant injury has occurred. This discovery has revolutionized understanding of pain and its treatment. Your brain creates the experience of pain by integrating information from multiple sources: signals from pain receptors in tissues, information about the context in which potential injury occurs, memories of past painful experiences, expectations about what should hurt, and emotional and social factors. Pain emerges from this integration process rather than simply traveling from injured tissue to consciousness. Phantom limb pain provides dramatic evidence that pain can exist without physical injury. People who have lost arms or legs often experience intense, persistent pain in their missing limbs. These pain experiences are completely real and can be excruciating, but they occur in body parts that no longer exist. The pain is generated entirely by nervous system activity rather than tissue damage. Conversely, severe injuries don't always produce pain. Soldiers wounded in battle sometimes report feeling no pain until they're safely removed from the combat situation. Athletes often continue performing with injuries that would normally be excruciatingly painful. In these cases, the brain's pain construction system is influenced by context, attention, and survival priorities. The placebo effect demonstrates how powerfully expectations and beliefs can influence pain experiences. When people believe they're receiving effective pain treatment, their brains often generate genuine pain relief, even when the treatment is completely inactive. This shows that pain construction can be altered by psychological factors alone. Chronic pain conditions often involve pain systems that have become oversensitive or stuck in persistent activation patterns. In these cases, the pain experience might far exceed any actual tissue damage, or it might persist long after tissues have healed. The nervous system itself becomes the source of ongoing pain, rather than protecting against tissue damage. Cultural and social factors significantly influence pain experiences. Different cultures have varying beliefs about pain expression, pain tolerance, and appropriate responses to pain. These cultural patterns shape how individuals experience and report pain, showing that even this seemingly universal biological experience is partly constructed by learning and social context. Understanding pain as a construction rather than a simple alarm system has led to new treatment approaches. Instead of focusing only on damaged tissues, effective pain treatment often involves addressing the multiple factors that contribute to pain construction: physical, psychological, social, and contextual elements. Mindfulness and cognitive behavioral approaches can help people recognize the difference between pain sensations and their emotional and cognitive responses to those sensations. This awareness can reduce the suffering associated with pain even when the pain sensations themselves remain present. The constructive nature of pain explains why pain experiences can be so variable and why effective pain treatment often requires addressing multiple aspects of a person's life rather than simply targeting the apparent source of tissue damage. Fact 49. Placebos alter conscious experience. The placebo effect reveals one of the most remarkable features of consciousness: the power of belief and expectation to create genuine changes in subjective experience and even objective physiology. When people believe they're receiving effective treatment, their brains often generate real improvements in symptoms, demonstrating that consciousness can literally alter itself through expectation and belief. Placebo effects are not simply imaginary or all in the head in a dismissive sense. Brain imaging shows that placebo treatments can produce measurable changes in neural activity, neurotransmitter release, and brain structure. When people experience placebo pain relief, their brains show decreased activity in pain processing regions and increased activity in natural pain suppression networks. The placebo response involves multiple brain systems working together. The prefrontal cortex, involved in expectation and belief, communicates with regions that control neurotransmitter release. This communication can trigger the release of endorphins, dopamine, and other chemicals that genuinely alter conscious experience and physical symptoms. Different types of placebos can be more or less effective depending on the beliefs and expectations they generate. Placebo injections often work better than placebo pills because injections seem more powerful and medical. Expensive placebos work better than cheap ones. Placebos administered by confident, caring practitioners work better than those given by doubtful or distant providers. The placebo effect extends beyond pain relief to influence a wide range of conscious experiences and physiological processes. Placebo antidepressants can improve mood and alter brain chemistry. Placebo stimulants can increase alertness and energy. Placebo treatments for Parkinson's disease can improve motor symptoms and increase dopamine release in the brain. Interestingly, placebos can work even when people know they're taking placebos. Recent research shows that open-label placebos, where patients are told they're receiving inactive treatments, can still produce meaningful improvements in various conditions. This suggests that the ritual of treatment and the activation of healing expectations might be more important than actual deception. The nocebo effect demonstrates the opposite phenomenon. Negative expectations can create genuine negative experiences. When people expect side effects from medications, they're more likely to experience them. When they believe a treatment will be ineffective or harmful, their symptoms often worsen. Understanding placebo effects has important implications for medical practice. The relationship between patient and practitioner, the environment in which treatment occurs, and the way treatments are presented all influence therapeutic outcomes through placebo mechanisms. These factors are legitimate aspects of healing rather than obstacles to real medicine. The placebo response reveals that consciousness is not simply a passive observer of bodily states, but an active participant in creating those states. The beliefs, expectations, and meanings that consciousness constructs around experiences can literally change the biological processes underlying those experiences. This power of consciousness to alter itself through belief and expectation suggests that mental and physical health might be more interconnected than traditionally assumed. Therapeutic approaches that harness placebo mechanisms through positive expectations, meaningful relationships, and healing environments might be valuable components of comprehensive treatment. Fact 50. Meditative monks report timeless awareness. Advanced meditation practitioners sometimes enter states of consciousness where their normal sense of time completely disappears. In these states, they report experiencing pure awareness without any feeling of duration, sequence, or temporal flow. Minutes, hours, or even days can pass while they remain in timeless conscious states that feel like single, eternal moments. These experiences are reported across different meditative traditions and cultures, suggesting they represent genuine alterations in consciousness rather than cultural artifacts. Practitioners describe entering states where past, present, and future collapse into a single eternal now, where consciousness exists without any reference to temporal progression. Brain imaging studies of experienced meditators show altered activity in regions involved in time perception and self-referential thinking. The default mode network, which normally maintains narrative continuity and temporal orientation, shows decreased activity during deep meditative states. This reduced activity might correspond to the subjective experience of timelessness. The dissolution of time perception in meditation often accompanies other profound changes in consciousness. Practitioners report that their sense of being a separate self also diminishes or disappears entirely. Spatial boundaries between self and environment can dissolve. Normal sensory processing becomes altered, with some practitioners reporting experiences of infinite space or limitless awareness. These timeless states can have lasting effects on how practitioners experience ordinary consciousness. Many report that their normal relationship to time becomes more flexible and less anxiety-provoking after experiencing timeless awareness. They often develop greater acceptance of impermanence and change, seeing temporal flow as less fundamental than they previously believed. The ability to enter timeless states through meditation suggests that normal time consciousness is constructed rather than simply given. If meditation can alter or eliminate time perception, This indicates that temporal awareness involves specific brain processes that can be modified through mental training. Some practitioners report that timeless awareness feels more real and fundamental than normal time-based consciousness. They describe it as accessing a deeper level of reality, where temporal flow is revealed to be a kind of illusion or mental construction overlaid on more basic awareness. Different meditation techniques seem to access timelessness through different pathways. Concentration practices might achieve it through sustained focus that transcends temporal awareness. Mindfulness practices might reach it by observing the arising and passing of temporal experiences until the observer itself becomes timeless. Devotional practices might access it through surrender that dissolves the self that normally experiences temporal flow. The reported universality of timeless awareness across contemplative traditions suggests it might represent a fundamental capacity of consciousness rather than an exotic altered state. This raises questions about whether normal time-based awareness, which feels so natural and inevitable, might actually be just one possible configuration of conscious experience. Understanding timeless awareness has potential therapeutic applications. For people who struggle with anxiety about the future or regret about the past, meditation practices that provide direct experience of timeless awareness might offer profound relief from temporal-based psychological suffering. Fact 51. Synesthesia mixes senses. For most people, the senses operate as distinct channels of information. You see colors, hear sounds, taste flavors, and feel textures as separate types of experience. But for individuals with synesthesia, these sensory boundaries dissolve, creating extraordinary conscious experiences, where sounds have colors, letters have personalities, and numbers exist in specific spatial locations. Synesthesia affects approximately 4% of the population, though many people remain unaware they have it because they assume everyone experiences senses the way they do. The condition involves automatic, involuntary connections between different sensory systems, creating consistent cross-sensory experiences that persist throughout life. The most common form, chromesthesia, involves seeing colors when hearing sounds. Each musical note, voice, or environmental sound triggers specific color experiences that remain consistent over time. A particular song might always evoke the same pattern of blues, reds, and yellows, creating a visual soundtrack that accompanies auditory experience. Grapheme color synesthesia causes letters and numbers to appear in specific colors. Each letter of the alphabet has its own consistent color that appears whenever that letter is seen or even thought about. Reading becomes a richly colorful experience, with words appearing as sequences of colored characters rather than simple black text. Some synesthetes experience time-space synesthesia, where units of time have specific spatial locations around their bodies. Days of the week might be arranged in a circle, with Tuesday always appearing to the left and Friday to the right. Months might form a clockwise oval floating in front of the body. This gives these individuals an unusually precise sense of temporal relationships. Brain imaging reveals that synesthesia involves increased connections between brain regions that normally operate independently. Areas that process different types of sensory information show enhanced communication, allowing activity in one sensory system to automatically trigger responses in others. The consistency of synesthetic experiences is remarkable. A synesthete who sees the letter A as red will see it as red throughout their entire life. These cross-sensory connections remain stable across decades, suggesting they represent fundamental differences in brain organization rather than learned associations. Synesthesia often provides cognitive advantages. Many synesthetes have enhanced memory capabilities because they can use multiple sensory channels to encode information. A synesthete learning a phone number might remember both the numerical sequence and the colors associated with each digit, providing redundant memory cues. Some forms of synesthesia involve more complex cross-sensory experiences. Mirror touch synesthetes feel sensations on their own bodies when they see others being touched. They might wince when watching someone else get injured, or feel pressure on their own arm when seeing someone else's arm being touched. The existence of synesthesia reveals that the normal separation between senses is not as fundamental as it appears. If some brains can successfully integrate information across sensory modalities in ways that enhance rather than interfere with perception, This suggests that sensory boundaries might be more arbitrary than necessary. Understanding synesthesia has broader implications for consciousness research. It demonstrates that subjective experience can vary dramatically between individuals in ways that aren't immediately obvious. Two people can look at the same red apple and have completely different conscious experiences, even though both would describe it using the same words. Fact 52. Dreams can inspire. Inventions. The strange, illogical world of dreams might seem like an unlikely source of practical innovation, but history is filled with examples of breakthrough discoveries, inventions, and creative works that emerged directly from dream experiences. The unique way consciousness operates during dreaming, freed from normal logical constraints and reality testing, can generate novel combinations of ideas that lead to revolutionary insights. Dmitri Mendeleev struggled for years to organize the chemical elements in a logical table. After working on the problem intensively, he fell asleep at his desk and dreamed of a complete periodic table where all the elements fell into place. Upon waking, he wrote down what he remembered from the dream, and only one correction was needed to create the periodic table still used today. Niels Bohr reported that his Nobel Prize-winning model of atomic structure came to him in a dream where he sat on the sun with planets whirling around him. This dream imagery directly inspired his revolutionary idea that electrons orbit the atomic nucleus in specific energy levels, fundamentally changing our understanding of atomic physics. Albert Einstein frequently credited dreams and daydreams as sources of scientific insight. His theory of relativity reportedly emerged partly from adolescent dreams about riding alongside beams of light. He often spoke about the importance of imagination and non-logical thinking in scientific discovery. The structure of benzene, fundamental to organic chemistry, was discovered by Auguste Kekulé after a dream of a snake eating its own tail. This dream imagery led him to propose that benzene molecules form ring structures, a breakthrough that revolutionized chemical understanding and enabled countless technological advances. Literary works have also emerged from dreams. Mary Shelley conceived Frankenstein during a vivid dream about a scientist who created life and was horrified by his creation. Robert Louis Stevenson wrote Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde based on a nightmare that provided the complete plot structure. Mathematical breakthroughs have come from dreams as well. Srinivasa Ramanujan, the brilliant Indian mathematician, claimed that the goddess Namagiri would appear in his dreams and show him mathematical formulas. Many of these dream-inspired formulas proved to be correct and led to important mathematical discoveries. The Beatles' song, Yesterday, one of the most recorded songs in popular music history, came to Paul McCartney complete in a dream. He woke up and immediately played the melody on piano, initially calling it Scrambled Eggs, because those were the first words that fit the tune. Dreams can inspire innovation because dream consciousness operates differently from waking thought. The logical, sequential thinking that dominates waking consciousness is replaced by more associative, metaphorical processing. This allows the brain to make connections between ideas that might never be linked during ordinary thinking. The lack of reality testing in dreams allows impossible combinations and transformations that can inspire new approaches to real-world problems. Dream logic can suggest solutions that rational thinking might dismiss as impractical or impossible. Modern research suggests that REM sleep, when most vivid dreams occur, plays important roles in memory consolidation and creative problem solving. The brain appears to use dream states to reorganize information, test new combinations of ideas, and explore potential solutions to ongoing challenges. Understanding the creative potential of dreams has practical applications. Some innovators deliberately use dream incubation techniques, focusing on specific problems before sleep and keeping dream journals to capture nocturnal insights. This approach recognizes dreams as a valuable source of creative inspiration rather than meaningless mental noise. Fact 53. Music deeply alters consciousness. Music has a unique power to alter consciousness in ways that few other experiences can match. It can instantly change your mood, evoke powerful memories, induce transcendent states, and synchronize the mental states of entire groups of people. This influence goes far beyond simple entertainment, revealing fundamental connections between sound, consciousness, and human experience. Listening to music activates multiple brain networks simultaneously, including areas involved in auditory processing, emotion, memory, motor control, and reward systems. This widespread activation creates rich, multidimensional conscious experiences that integrate sensory, emotional, and cognitive elements in complex ways. Different types of music induce different states of consciousness. Fast, rhythmic music tends to increase arousal and energy, while slow melodic music promotes relaxation and contemplation. Major keys generally evoke positive emotions, while minor keys often create more complex emotional states involving sadness, mystery, or introspection. The tempo and rhythm of music can directly influence physiological processes and consciousness. Music with a strong beat can synchronize with heart rate and breathing, literally entraining bodily rhythms. This synchronization can induce altered states ranging from calm relaxation to ecstatic excitement. Musical experiences can trigger powerful autobiographical memories with remarkable precision. A particular song can instantly transport consciousness back to specific moments in the past, complete with sensory details, emotions, and contextual information that might otherwise be difficult to access. This suggests that music and memory are deeply interconnected in brain organization. Group musical experiences create shared states of consciousness that can be profound and transformative. When people sing, dance, or listen to music together, their brain waves can synchronize, creating a sense of unity and connection that transcends individual boundaries. This synchronization might explain why musical rituals are central to many religious and cultural traditions. Music can induce flow states where normal self-consciousness disappears, and performers become completely absorbed in the musical experience. Musicians often report that their best performances occur when they stop thinking analytically and allow the music to play itself through them. Certain types of music can reliably induce transcendent or mystical experiences. Sacred music traditions around the world use specific scales, rhythms, and structures designed to alter consciousness and facilitate spiritual experiences. These musical technologies can produce effects similar to meditation or prayer. The emotional power of music appears to involve brain circuits that evolved for other purposes but are recruited by musical experiences. The reward systems that respond to food, sex, and social bonding also activate during musical experiences, explaining why music can be so deeply satisfying and emotionally moving. Music therapy harnesses these consciousness-altering effects for healing purposes. Different musical interventions can reduce anxiety, alleviate depression, improve cognitive function, and facilitate emotional processing. The therapeutic use of music recognizes that altering consciousness through sound can have genuine healing benefits. Research into music's effects on consciousness is revealing new applications in areas ranging from education to medicine. Understanding how music alters brain states and conscious experience provides tools for enhancing learning, managing emotions, and creating positive changes in mental states. The universal human response to music, found across all cultures throughout history, suggests that musical consciousness represents a fundamental aspect of human nature rather than a cultural invention. This universality indicates that the capacity for musical consciousness might be built into the basic architecture of human awareness. Fact 54. Consciousness links to sleep cycles. Your consciousness doesn't simply turn off when you fall asleep and turn back on when you wake up. Instead, it cycles through different states throughout the night, with each stage of sleep producing its own unique form of awareness. Understanding these cycles reveals that consciousness is far more complex and variable than the simple awake-asleep distinction suggests. REM sleep produces consciousness most similar to waking awareness, though with important differences. During REM periods, your brain activity approaches waking levels, generating vivid dreams with complex narratives, emotions, and sensory experiences. REM consciousness feels real and immediate while you're experiencing it, even though it's largely disconnected from external reality. The transition into REM sleep every 90 minutes throughout the night means you experience multiple episodes of dream consciousness. Early REM periods tend to produce shorter, less vivid dreams, while later REM periods, especially toward morning, generate longer, more complex dream experiences that are more likely to be remembered. Non-REM sleep includes multiple stages, each with its own type of consciousness. Stage 1, the transition from waking to sleeping, often involves hypnagogic experiences. weird thoughts, brief dreams, or sensations of falling. These experiences represent consciousness shifting between waking and sleeping modes. Stage 2 sleep, which comprises the majority of your sleep time, involves a quieter form of consciousness. Brain activity slows significantly, but you're not completely unconscious. You can still process some environmental information and can be awakened relatively easily by significant stimuli. Deep sleep, also called slow-wave sleep, produces the most altered form of consciousness during the night. Brain waves become very slow and synchronized, creating a state that's most different from waking awareness. Yet even during deep sleep, some level of consciousness persists, as evidenced by the ability to wake up in response to important stimuli. The cyclical nature of sleep consciousness has important implications for memory and learning. Different sleep stages appear to process different types of information. REM sleep might be important for emotional memory processing and creative problem solving, while deep sleep helps consolidate factual memories and clear metabolic waste from the brain. Sleep disorders can disrupt these natural consciousness cycles, creating problems that extend far beyond simple tiredness. Sleep apnea fragments sleep architecture by causing frequent brief awakenings, preventing the deep sleep necessary for restoration. REM sleep behavior disorder allows dream consciousness to influence motor systems, causing people to act out their dreams. The timing of awakening within sleep cycles significantly affects how conscious you feel upon waking. Awakening during deep sleep creates grogginess and disorientation that can last for hours. Awakening during REM sleep or lighter sleep stages typically results in greater alertness and better mood. Understanding sleep consciousness cycles has practical applications for optimizing sleep quality and waking performance. Timing sleep duration to complete full sleep cycles, rather than arbitrary clock times, can improve both sleep satisfaction and daytime alertness. The discovery that consciousness continues throughout sleep in various forms challenges traditional ideas about rest and recovery. Instead of simply shutting down for maintenance, consciousness appears to use sleep time for important processing activities that can't occur during waking states. This reveals sleep as an active, essential component of healthy consciousness, rather than simply the absence of awareness. Fact 55. Memory shapes identity. Your sense of who you are depends fundamentally on your ability to remember your past experiences. Identity isn't just formed by what happens to you. It's constructed from what you remember happening to you. When memory systems are damaged or disrupted, identity can fragment, change dramatically, or become completely confused, revealing how much your sense of self depends on autobiographical memory. Autobiographical memory provides the narrative continuity that makes you feel like the same person over time. You know you're the same individual who went to school, had various relationships, and made countless decisions because you can remember these experiences. Without this memory-based continuity, identity becomes fragmented and uncertain. Severe amnesia can essentially erase identity. Patients with anterograde amnesia, who cannot form new memories, live in a strange state where their identity becomes frozen at the moment their memory problems began. They cannot update their sense of self with new experiences because those experiences cannot be retained in memory. Retrograde amnesia, which erases past memories, can eliminate years or decades of identity. Patients might forget their marriage, their career, their children, or other central aspects of their sense of self. They may retain basic skills and knowledge, but lose the personal experiences that define who they believe themselves to be. Different types of memory contribute differently to identity formation. Episodic memory, which stores specific personal experiences, provides the raw material for identity narratives. Semantic memory, which stores facts and general knowledge, contributes to understanding of personal characteristics and capabilities. Procedural memory maintains learned skills that can be important components of identity. The selectivity of memory significantly shapes identity. You don't remember every moment of your life equally well. The experiences that stand out in memory, whether positive or negative, dramatic or meaningful, become more influential in shaping your sense of self than experiences that fade from memory. Memory distortions and false memories can alter identity in subtle but important ways. If you remember yourself as being braver, kinder, or more successful than you actually were, these distorted memories influence your current self-concept. The identity you construct from your memories might be quite different from who you actually were. Cultural and social factors influence which memories become important for identity. Different cultures emphasize different types of experiences as identity defining. Some cultures focus on individual achievements, while others emphasize family relationships or community connections. These cultural templates shape which memories people attend to and retain. Therapeutic approaches often focus on helping people examine and reframe their identity-defining memories. By exploring how past experiences have shaped current self-concepts, people can sometimes modify limiting or dysfunctional aspects of their identity. This doesn't involve changing what happened, but changing how those experiences are remembered and interpreted. The relationship between memory and identity has important implications for understanding mental health conditions. Depression often involves biased memory processing that emphasizes negative experiences and failures. Trauma can create memory fragmentation that interferes with coherent identity formation. Understanding how memory shapes identity also reveals why personal narratives are so important for psychological well-being. The stories people tell themselves about their lives, based on selected and interpreted memories, become the foundation for their sense of purpose, values, and future direction. These narratives provide structure and meaning that pure experience alone cannot provide. Fact 56. Your future self feels like another person. When you think about yourself 10 or 20 years from now, your brain processes this future version of yourself, more like a stranger than like yourself. Brain imaging studies show that thinking about your future self activates the same neural regions involved in thinking about other people, rather than the regions that activate when thinking about your current self. This neural distance from your future self has profound implications for decision-making and behavior. The choices you make today will primarily affect your future self. But if that future self feels psychologically distant, you're less motivated to make sacrifices on their behalf. This explains why people often struggle with decisions that involve immediate costs for long-term benefits. The psychological distance of the future self varies between individuals and can be measured using brain imaging techniques. People who show less neural distinction between their current and future selves tend to make better long-term decisions, save more money, exercise more regularly, and engage in fewer behaviors that have delayed negative consequences. Time perception affects how distant your future self feels. The further into the future you project, the more your future self feels like a different person. Yourself in 1 year feels more familiar than yourself in 10 years. This temporal discounting effect influences everything from retirement planning to health decisions. Visualization exercises can reduce the psychological distance to your future self. When people spend time imagining their future lives in detail, creating vivid mental images of their older selves, the future self begins to feel more real and familiar. This increased connection can improve long-term decision-making. Virtual reality technology has been used experimentally to help people connect with their future selves. Researchers have created aged avatars that show people what they might look like in several decades. Interacting with these future self avatars in virtual environments can increase retirement savings and improve health behaviors. The feeling that your future self is a different person might be partially accurate. Over long time periods, your personality, values, interests, and even core beliefs can change significantly. The person you become in 20 years might indeed be quite different from who you are today, making your brain's treatment of them as other somewhat realistic. However, this psychological distance can lead to poor decisions that your future self will regret. People often make choices that prioritize immediate gratification over long-term well-being, partly because the future self who will bear the consequences feels abstract and unreal. Cultural factors influence the relationship with future selves. Some cultures emphasize long-term thinking and continuity across time, while others focus more on present-moment experience. These cultural differences can affect how connected people feel to their future selves and how much weight they give to long-term consequences. Understanding the psychology of future selves has practical applications for everything from financial planning to health promotion. Interventions that help people feel more connected to their future selves can improve decision-making across multiple life domains. The perception of future selves as other people also raises philosophical questions about personal identity over time. If your future self feels like a different person, are they actually the same person as your current self? This question touches on fundamental issues about what makes someone the same person over time, and what obligations you have to your future selves. Fact 57. Altered breathing changes awareness. The simple act of breathing, usually so automatic that it escapes conscious attention, can become a powerful tool for altering consciousness when practiced deliberately. Different breathing patterns can induce dramatically different states of awareness, from deep relaxation to heightened alertness to transcendent experiences that feel completely outside normal waking consciousness. Hyperventilation, breathing more rapidly and deeply than normal, can quickly alter consciousness by changing blood chemistry. This rapid breathing reduces carbon dioxide levels in the blood, which can cause lightheadedness, tingling sensations, and altered states of awareness. Some people experience visions, out-of-body sensations, or mystical experiences through hyperventilation. Holotropic breathwork, developed by psychiatrist Stanislav Grof, uses controlled hyperventilation combined with music to induce non-ordinary states of consciousness. Practitioners report experiences ranging from emotional release to spiritual visions to apparent contact with deceased relatives. These breathing-induced states can be as intense as those produced by psychedelic substances. Slow, deep breathing activates the parasympathetic nervous system, inducing relaxation and calm awareness. Practices like diaphragmatic breathing, or the physiological sigh, where a long exhale follows a deep inhale, can quickly shift consciousness from stressed alertness to peaceful awareness. Pranayama, the yogic science of breath control, includes dozens of different breathing techniques designed to produce specific changes in consciousness. Some patterns energize and focus the mind, while others calm and introspect awareness. Advanced practitioners report achieving profound meditative states through breathing practices alone. The Wim Hof method combines specific breathing patterns with cold exposure to induce altered states and enhance physical performance. Practitioners report improved immune function, increased energy, and access to heightened states of awareness through these breathing techniques. Breath holding can also alter consciousness, though more dramatically and potentially dangerously. Free divers who hold their breath for extended periods often report transcendent experiences, altered time perception, and profound sense of unity with their environment. However, breath-holding practices should be approached with caution due to potential safety risks. The mechanism behind breathing-induced consciousness changes involves multiple physiological systems. Altered breathing patterns affect blood pH, oxygen and carbon dioxide levels, heart rate variability, and activation of various nervous system branches. These changes directly influence brain function and conscious experience. Different breathing patterns can access different aspects of consciousness. Rapid breathing might facilitate emotional release and dynamic experiences, while slow breathing promotes introspection and calm awareness. Rhythmic breathing can induce trance-like states where normal consciousness becomes altered or transcended. Breathing practices offer a natural, accessible way to explore consciousness. Fact 58. Mindfulness increases conscious control. Mindfulness practice involves paying deliberate attention to present moment experience without judgment, and research shows this simple shift in awareness can dramatically increase conscious control over thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. By becoming more aware of automatic mental processes, people can gain the ability to choose their responses rather than being driven by unconscious reactions. Traditional mindfulness training teaches people to observe their thoughts and emotions as they arise, rather than being caught up in them automatically. This observational stance creates a gap between experience and reaction, allowing for more conscious choice about how to respond to life situations. Brain imaging studies show that mindfulness practice strengthens the prefrontal cortex, the brain region responsible for executive control and conscious decision-making. Regular practitioners develop enhanced ability to regulate emotions, focus attention, and resist impulses. These changes can be detected after just 8 weeks of practice. Mindfulness also affects the default mode network, the brain system that generates self-referential thinking and mental wandering. Experienced meditators show decreased default mode activity and increased ability to disengage from automatic thought patterns. This enhanced control over attention reduces rumination and worry. One of the key insights from mindfulness practice is recognizing the difference between thoughts and the awareness that observes thoughts. This metacognitive awareness allows people to step back from their mental content and choose whether to engage with particular thoughts or let them pass without reaction. Mindfulness reveals how many behaviors and reactions occur automatically below the threshold of conscious awareness. By bringing these automatic processes into consciousness, people gain the opportunity to modify patterns that might not be serving them well. This increased awareness can break cycles of destructive behavior. Emotional regulation improves significantly with mindfulness practice. Rather than being overwhelmed by strong emotions, practitioners learn to observe emotional experiences with some degree of detachment. This doesn't eliminate emotions, but provides more choice about how to express and act on emotional impulses. Pain perception can be altered through mindfulness by separating the physical sensations of pain from the emotional and cognitive reactions to those sensations. Practitioners often report that while painful sensations remain present, their suffering around the pain decreases significantly. Mindfulness-based interventions are increasingly used in healthcare, education, and workplace settings. These applications recognize that increasing conscious awareness and control can improve mental health, enhance learning, and reduce stress-related problems across various life domains. The practice reveals that much of human suffering comes not from experiences themselves, but from unconscious reactions to those experiences. By increasing conscious control over these reactions, mindfulness can significantly improve quality of life even when external circumstances remain unchanged. Different types of mindfulness practice develop different aspects of conscious control. Concentration practices enhance the ability to sustain attention on chosen objects. Open monitoring practices develop awareness of the changing flow of experience. Loving kindness practices cultivate conscious control over emotional responses toward others. Understanding how mindfulness increases conscious control has implications for personal development and therapeutic intervention. The practices provide practical methods for developing greater agency in one's own life by expanding the realm of conscious choice rather than automatic reaction. Fact 59. Anesthesia doesn't always erase consciousness. Medical anesthesia is designed to eliminate consciousness completely, allowing surgeons to perform procedures on patients who feel no pain and have no memory of the operation. But research reveals that anesthesia's effects on consciousness are more complex than simply turning awareness on or off. Sometimes consciousness persists in modified forms, and sometimes the erasure affects memory more than awareness itself. The cocktail of drugs used in general anesthesia typically includes multiple components: analgesics to block pain, muscle relaxants to prevent movement, and hypnotics to eliminate consciousness. However, these different aspects of anesthesia can be affected independently, creating situations where consciousness exists without memory, or where memory forms without conscious awareness. Anesthesia awareness, where patients remain conscious during surgery but cannot move or communicate, affects roughly 1 in 1,000 surgical patients. These individuals can hear conversations, feel surgical procedures, and experience terror at being trapped in unresponsive bodies. The muscle relaxants prevent any external signs of consciousness, leaving patients completely helpless. Brain monitoring during anesthesia shows that neural activity doesn't simply stop when patients lose consciousness. Instead, the pattern of brain activity changes, with some regions becoming less active, while others maintain near-normal function. This suggests that anesthesia alters consciousness rather than eliminating it entirely. Some anesthetic agents appear to disrupt memory formation more effectively than consciousness itself. Patients might remain aware during procedures, but form no lasting memories of the experience. From their perspective, they went to sleep and woke up after surgery, but during the operation, they may have been conscious of events they later cannot recall. The depth of anesthesia can vary throughout a procedure, as drugs are metabolized and additional doses are administered. Brain monitoring shows that consciousness can fluctuate during surgery, with periods of deeper unconsciousness alternating with moments of lighter anesthesia, where some awareness might persist. Different anesthetic agents affect consciousness through different mechanisms. Some, like propofol, enhance inhibitory neurotransmitter systems that reduce neural activity. Others, like ketamine, block excitatory receptors while potentially allowing some forms of consciousness to persist. These different mechanisms create qualitatively different alterations in awareness. Children and elderly patients can show unusual responses to anesthesia, sometimes maintaining forms of consciousness that don't occur in healthy adults. Children might experience vivid dreams or hallucinations during anesthesia. Elderly patients might show prolonged cognitive effects that suggest consciousness doesn't return immediately to normal functioning. The phenomenon of anesthetic dreams reveals that some form of consciousness can persist during anesthesia. Patients sometimes report complex, meaningful experiences during surgery that they remember clearly afterward. These experiences might involve interactions with deceased relatives, out-of-body observations, or symbolic narratives that feel completely real. Understanding the complex effects of anesthesia on consciousness has led to improved monitoring techniques and more individualized anesthetic protocols. Rather than assuming that unconsciousness is all or nothing, anesthesiologists now recognize that consciousness can exist in various modified forms during medical procedures. This research highlights the robustness and complexity of consciousness itself. The fact that consciousness can persist in modified forms even under powerful pharmacological suppression suggests that awareness is more fundamental and harder to eliminate than might be expected. Fact 60. Pain tolerance varies with attention. The intensity of pain you experience isn't simply determined by the amount of tissue damage or the strength of pain signals reaching your brain. Your conscious attention has a powerful influence on pain perception, with focused attention often increasing pain intensity, while distraction can provide significant relief. This relationship reveals how actively consciousness constructs the experience of pain rather than passively receiving it. When you focus attention directly on painful sensations, those sensations typically become more intense and distressing. This happens because attention amplifies neural signals, making consciously attended experiences more vivid and prominent in awareness. Pain that might be tolerable when ignored can become overwhelming when it becomes the focus of conscious attention. Distraction techniques work by redirecting conscious attention away from pain signals toward other experiences. When attention is occupied with engaging tasks, conversations, music, or visual stimuli, fewer cognitive resources are available to process pain signals. This can create genuine reductions in pain intensity, not just changes in how much the pain bothers you. Different types of attention affect pain differently. Focused attention on pain sensations increases intensity, but focused attention on neutral aspects of the painful area, such as temperature or pressure, can sometimes reduce pain perception. Mindful attention, which observes pain without trying to change it, often reduces the emotional suffering associated with pain, even when physical sensations remain present. Cognitive load affects pain tolerance in predictable ways. Complex mental tasks that require significant cognitive resources can provide pain relief by competing with pain signals for conscious attention. Simple, automatic tasks that require little attention don't provide the same level of pain relief. The placebo effect demonstrates how cognitive factors like expectation and belief can influence pain through attentional mechanisms. When people expect pain relief, their attention often shifts toward evidence of improvement and away from remaining pain sensations. This selective attention can contribute to genuine reductions in pain experience. Individual differences in pain tolerance often relate to attentional patterns. People who tend to catastrophize about pain, focusing intensely on pain sensations and their potential implications, typically experience more intense pain than those who can direct attention elsewhere. Training people to modify their attentional responses to pain can improve their pain management. Cultural factors influence how attention is directed toward or away from pain. Some cultures encourage stoic responses that involve redirecting attention away from pain, while others promote more expressive responses that focus attention on pain experiences. These cultural patterns can significantly affect pain tolerance and pain-related behavior. Chronic pain conditions often involve maladaptive attentional patterns, where consciousness becomes hypervigilant for pain signals. This heightened attention can amplify pain experiences and create cycles where attention to pain increases pain intensity, which further increases attention to pain. Breaking these cycles often requires training attention regulation skills. Understanding the relationship between attention and pain has led to effective pain management techniques. Cognitive behavioral therapy for pain often includes attention training components. Virtual reality therapy uses immersive distraction to provide pain relief during medical procedures. Mindfulness-based pain interventions teach people to change their relationship to pain through attention regulation. The power of attention to modulate pain reveals something fundamental about consciousness itself. Rather than being a passive receiver of sensory information, consciousness actively constructs experience through the deployment of attention. This constructive process means that pain, like other conscious experiences, can be influenced by how awareness is directed and managed. Fact 61. Dreams protect sleep. Dreams serve as guardians of sleep, helping maintain the sleeping state by incorporating external stimuli into dream narratives rather than allowing those stimuli to wake you up. This protective function reveals that dreaming consciousness actively works to preserve sleep, rather than simply being a byproduct of neural activity during rest periods. When external sounds, physical sensations, or other stimuli threaten to interrupt sleep, the dreaming mind often weaves these experiences into ongoing dream stories. A ringing alarm clock might become a telephone in a dream. The sensation of needing to urinate might be incorporated into a dream about searching for bathrooms. Physical pressure from sleeping position might become part of dream narratives involving weight or constraint. This incorporation process allows sleep to continue despite mild disturbances that might otherwise cause awakening. The dream system acts as a buffer, transforming potentially disruptive stimuli into dream content that maintains the sleeping state. This protective mechanism demonstrates that consciousness during sleep actively serves biological needs for rest and recovery. The threshold for what can be incorporated into dreams versus what will cause awakening depends on the intensity and meaning of the stimulus. Soft sounds or gentle physical sensations are easily woven into dream narratives. Loud noises, intense physical discomfort, or personally significant stimuli like a baby crying are more likely to break through the dream barrier and cause awakening. REM sleep, when most vivid dreams occur, shows the strongest protective effects. During REM periods, the brain is highly active, but also most disconnected from external sensory input. The vivid, engaging nature of REM dreams might help maintain this disconnection by providing compelling internal experiences that compete with external stimuli for attention. Sleep laboratory studies have demonstrated dream incorporation in controlled settings. Researchers can apply gentle stimuli to sleeping subjects and observe how these stimuli appear in subsequently reported dreams. Water sprayed on the face might become rain in dreams. Soft music might be incorporated into dream soundtracks. These studies confirm that dreaming consciousness actively processes and transforms external input. The protective function of dreams has evolutionary implications. Sleep leaves organisms vulnerable to environmental threats, so mechanisms that help maintain sleep while still allowing for emergency awakening would provide survival advantages. Dreams might have evolved partly to serve this sleep protection function. Different sleep stages provide different levels of protection from external stimuli. Light sleep offers minimal protection, with external sounds and sensations easily causing awakening. Deep sleep provides strong protection, requiring intense stimuli to cause awakening. REM sleep offers moderate protection, but with the added benefit of dream incorporation. Sleep disorders can disrupt the protective function of dreams. People with REM sleep behavior disorder act out their dreams physically, suggesting that the normal paralysis that accompanies dreaming has been compromised. This disorder demonstrates how dreams normally protect sleep, partly by preventing dream content from causing physical movement that might lead to awakening. Understanding the protective function of dreams has practical applications for improving sleep quality. Creating sleep environments that minimize disruptive stimuli allows the dream system to function more effectively. Recognizing that some incorporation of external stimuli into dreams is normal can reduce anxiety about unusual dream content. The fact that dreams actively protect sleep reveals that consciousness during sleep serves important biological functions, rather than being merely an accidental byproduct of neural activity. This protective role suggests that dream consciousness is an adaptive feature that contributes to successful sleep and recovery. Fact 62. Your gut influences consciousness. The trillions of bacteria living in your digestive system, collectively known as the gut microbiome, don't just help digest food. They actively communicate with your brain through multiple pathways, influencing mood, behavior, cognition, and conscious experience in ways that challenge traditional ideas about where consciousness resides and what controls it. The gut-brain axis involves bidirectional communication between the digestive system and the central nervous system through neural, hormonal, and immune pathways. Gut bacteria produce neurotransmitters like serotonin, dopamine, and GABA that directly affect brain function and conscious experience. In fact, about 90% of the body's serotonin is produced in the gut. Changes in gut bacterial composition can alter mood and behavior in measurable ways. Studies where gut bacteria are transferred from depressed individuals to healthy animals often produce depression-like behaviors in the recipient animals. This suggests that gut microbes can directly influence mental states and conscious experience. Antibiotic treatments that eliminate gut bacteria can cause temporary changes in mood, cognition, and behavior. Some people report feeling anxious, depressed, or mentally foggy during antibiotic courses, effects that often resolve when normal gut bacteria populations are restored. This demonstrates how dependent normal consciousness can be on microbial partners. Probiotics, supplements containing beneficial bacteria, can sometimes improve mood and cognitive function. Certain bacterial strains have been dubbed psychobiotics because of their ability to influence mental states. These effects aren't just placebo responses. They involve measurable changes in neurotransmitter production and brain activity. The gut microbiome develops throughout life, but is particularly influenced by early experiences. The bacterial populations established in infancy and childhood can have lasting effects on personality, emotional regulation, and cognitive development. This suggests that consciousness is partly shaped by microbial communities established early in life. Diet significantly affects gut bacterial composition, which in turn influences conscious experience. Diets rich in diverse plant foods promote bacterial diversity that tends to support positive mood and cognitive function. Highly processed foods can reduce bacterial diversity and may contribute to negative mental states. Stress affects gut bacteria, and gut bacteria affect stress responses, creating feedback loops between consciousness and microbial communities. Chronic stress can alter gut bacterial composition in ways that increase inflammation and further affect mood and cognition. This creates cycles where mental states and gut health mutually influence each other. The gut produces many of the same neurotransmitters found in the brain, leading some researchers to refer to the digestive system as the second brain. This enteric nervous system operates with considerable independence from the central nervous system while maintaining constant communication with it. Gut bacteria influence the immune system, which in turn affects brain function and consciousness. Chronic inflammation, often linked to gut bacterial imbalances, is associated with depression, anxiety, and cognitive problems. Anti-inflammatory interventions that restore gut bacterial balance can sometimes improve mental health. Understanding the gut-brain connection has therapeutic implications. Some mental health treatments now include interventions targeting gut health through diet modification, probiotic supplementation, or other approaches to restoring healthy bacterial communities. This represents a fundamental shift toward viewing consciousness as emerging from the entire body, rather than just the brain. The influence of gut bacteria on consciousness reveals how much human experience depends on symbiotic relationships with other organisms. Rather than being independent agents, humans exist as complex ecosystems where consciousness emerges from interactions between human cells and microbial communities. Fact 63. Smell bypasses filters. Unlike other senses that pass through multiple processing stages before reaching consciousness, smell has a direct pathway to emotional and memory centers of the brain. This unique neural architecture allows odors to trigger immediate, powerful responses that can instantly transport consciousness to different times and places with remarkable vividness and emotional intensity. Olfactory neurons in the nose connect directly to the limbic system, including the amygdala and hippocampus, brain regions involved in emotion and memory formation. This direct connection means that smells can trigger emotional and memory responses before higher-order cognitive processing occurs, explaining why scent memories feel so immediate and powerful. The phenomenon known as the Proust effect, named after the famous literary description of memory, triggered by a Madeleine cake's scent, demonstrates how powerfully smell can evoke autobiographical memories. A particular fragrance can instantly transport consciousness back to childhood, complete with vivid sensory details, emotions, and contextual information that might be difficult to access through other memory cues. Smell memories tend to be more emotionally intense and accurate than memories triggered by other senses. This might occur because odor information reaches emotional centers before cognitive evaluation can modify or interpret the experience. The raw emotional impact of scent memories often feels more authentic than other types of recollection. Different odors can rapidly alter mood and conscious states without awareness of the mechanism. Lavender promotes relaxation, peppermint increases alertness, and citrus scents can improve mood. These effects often occur below the threshold of conscious awareness, influencing mental states through unconscious olfactory processing. The direct pathway of smell to emotional centers explains why certain odors can trigger immediate physiological responses. The scent of smoke might trigger instant fear responses. Pleasant food odors can immediately activate hunger and salivation. These rapid responses occur faster than conscious recognition of what's causing them. Cultural and personal associations strongly influence how odors affect consciousness. Smells that are pleasant in one culture might be aversive in another. Personal experiences create unique odor memory associations that can trigger highly specific conscious states. The same smell might evoke happiness in one person and sadness in another, based on different associative histories. Olfactory adaptation affects how odors influence consciousness over time. Continuous exposure to a smell reduces its conscious impact as the olfactory system becomes less sensitive to persistent odors. This explains why people become unaware of their own perfume or their home's scent while remaining sensitive to new odors. Some neurological conditions affect the connection between smell and consciousness. Anosmia, the loss of smell, can significantly impact emotional life and memory function. People with anosmia often report feeling less connected to their memories and emotions, suggesting that olfactory input normally contributes more to conscious experience than most people realize. Alzheimer's disease often affects olfactory processing early in its progression, sometimes causing changes in smell perception before other symptoms appear. The close connection between smell and memory systems might explain why olfactory changes can be early indicators of memory-related disorders. Understanding smell's unique pathway to consciousness has therapeutic applications. Aromatherapy uses specific scents to influence mood and mental states. Some therapeutic approaches use smell associations to help access and process traumatic memories. Scent can also be used to enhance learning and memory formation. The direct access of smell to emotional and memory centers reveals something important about consciousness itself. Rather than all sensory information being processed equally, different senses have different levels of access to various aspects of conscious experience. Smell's privileged access to emotion and memory suggests that consciousness has evolved specialized pathways for different types of important information. Fact 64. Children live more in the present. Children's consciousness operates differently from adult awareness in ways that reveal how temporal focus develops throughout life. Young children live predominantly in the present moment, with limited ability to project consciousness into the future or dwell extensively on the past. This present moment focus creates a qualitatively different conscious experience that adults often struggle to understand or remember. Developmental research shows that the ability to think about the future emerges gradually throughout childhood. Very young children have difficulty understanding that future events will occur and that present actions can influence future outcomes. This temporal limitation means their consciousness is naturally anchored in immediate experience rather than extended across time. The prefrontal cortex, responsible for future planning and temporal integration, doesn't fully mature until early adulthood. Children's less developed prefrontal regions mean they have limited capacity for the kind of temporal consciousness that characterizes adult experience. This developmental limitation creates more spontaneous, immediate conscious experience. Children show less anxiety about future events, partly because they have difficulty maintaining sustained awareness of future possibilities. While this can create problems with planning and delayed gratification, it also protects them from many of the worry and anticipatory stress that plague adult consciousness. The present moment focus of childhood consciousness might contribute to children's capacity for wonder, playfulness, and absorption in immediate experiences. Without constant awareness of past regrets or future concerns, children can become completely absorbed in current activities in ways that adults find difficult to achieve. Research on time affluence shows that children perceive time as moving more slowly than adults do. This altered time perception contributes to their present moment focus and might explain why childhood memories often feel so vivid and extended. Each moment contains more subjective time for processing and experiencing. Children's limited autobiographical memory also contributes to their present moment consciousness. Without extensive accessible memories of past experiences, they have less material for mental time travel. Their consciousness isn't constantly comparing current experiences to past events or using past experiences to predict future outcomes. The gradual development of future self-awareness affects how children make decisions. Young children have difficulty sacrificing immediate rewards for future benefits because their future self feels abstract and unreal. This limitation in temporal consciousness affects everything from academic motivation to health behaviors. Language development plays a role in expanding temporal consciousness. As children acquire more sophisticated vocabulary for describing time, emotions, and mental states, they develop greater ability to think about past and future experiences. Language provides tools for mental time travel that younger children lack. Educational approaches often struggle with children's natural present moment focus. Traditional academic instruction assumes students can maintain awareness of long-term goals and delayed rewards, but children's consciousness isn't naturally organized around these future-oriented concepts. Understanding children's present moment consciousness has implications for parenting and education. Rather than constantly pushing children to think about future consequences, adults might benefit from appreciating and occasionally emulating children's capacity for immediate engagement with experience. The evolution from present moment childhood consciousness to temporally extended adult awareness involves both gains and losses. Adults acquire sophisticated planning abilities and temporal integration, but they often lose the spontaneity, wonder, and immediate engagement that characterize childhood consciousness. This developmental progression reveals that different organizations of consciousness have different advantages and limitations. Fact 65. Some decisions are guessed, not reasoned. Many of the choices you make throughout the day aren't actually decided through conscious reasoning. Instead, your brain makes rapid predictions about what to choose based on limited information, emotional reactions, and unconscious pattern recognition. What feels like rational decision-making is often sophisticated guessing that consciousness later justifies with logical-sounding explanations. The vast majority of decisions you make every day are too numerous and rapid for conscious deliberation. From choosing which route to take while walking to deciding how to respond in conversations, your brain constantly makes choices below the threshold of awareness. These decisions rely on automatic processes rather than conscious reasoning. Even for important decisions that feel carefully reasoned, much of the actual choice-making happens unconsciously. Research shows that people often know what they're going to decide before they can articulate the reasons for their choice. The conscious reasoning process might be more about justifying decisions that have already been made rather than making the decisions themselves. Gut feelings and intuitive responses often guide decisions more powerfully than logical analysis. These emotional responses represent rapid, unconscious processing of complex information that would be too time-consuming to analyze consciously. People who trust their intuitive responses often make better decisions than those who rely solely on conscious reasoning. The availability heuristic affects many decisions by making easily recalled information seem more important than it actually is. Recent or vivid experiences have disproportionate influence on choices because they're more accessible to consciousness. This can lead to decisions based on memorable but unrepresentative examples rather than comprehensive analysis. Time pressure forces reliance on unconscious decision-making processes. When decisions must be made quickly, there isn't time for extensive conscious deliberation. Under these conditions, the quality of decisions often depends on how well-developed unconscious pattern recognition and emotional evaluation systems are. Expertise in any domain involves developing sophisticated, unconscious decision-making capabilities. Expert chess players, doctors, firefighters, and other professionals can make excellent rapid decisions that would require extensive conscious analysis for novices. This expertise represents unconscious pattern recognition rather than conscious reasoning. Post-decision rationalization is extremely common. After making choices based on unconscious processes, people automatically generate logical-sounding explanations for their decisions. These explanations often have little relationship to the actual factors that influence the choice, but serve to maintain the illusion of rational control. Different types of decisions benefit from different approaches. Simple, well-defined problems with clear criteria often benefit from conscious analysis. Complex decisions involving many variables, uncertain outcomes, or emotional factors might be better made through unconscious processing that can integrate more information than conscious thought can handle. Understanding the role of unconscious decision-making can improve choice quality. Rather than always trying to reason through decisions consciously, people can learn to recognize when to trust unconscious processes and when to engage in deliberate analysis. This requires developing awareness of different decision-making modes. The prevalence of unconscious decision-making reveals important limitations in human self-knowledge. People often have little insight into why they make particular choices, even when they can generate convincing explanations. This limitation in self-awareness has implications for everything from personal relationships to legal responsibility. Recognizing that many decisions are based on sophisticated guessing rather than reasoning doesn't diminish human agency, but rather reveals its true nature. Consciousness might be less important for making decisions, and more important for learning from their outcomes and gradually improving the unconscious systems that guide future choices. Fact 66. The brain makes up missing time. When consciousness briefly disappears, such as during seizures, fainting, or certain medical procedures, your brain often constructs false memories to fill the temporal gaps. Rather than experiencing obvious breaks in the continuity of awareness, you might remember a seamless sequence of events that never actually occurred. This gap-filling reveals how much consciousness prioritizes narrative continuity over accuracy. Absent seizures provide clear examples of temporal gap-filling. During these brief episodes, consciousness vanishes for seconds or minutes, while automatic behaviors might continue. Afterward, people often have no awareness that time has passed, or that they experienced a period of unconsciousness. Their brains construct artificial memories of continuous experience. General anesthesia sometimes triggers gap-filling processes. People might remember talking to medical staff before surgery and waking up in recovery, with no sense that hours passed in between. In some cases, they might even construct false memories of conversations or experiences that occurred during the unconscious period. Alcohol-induced blackouts create temporal gaps that the brain often attempts to fill. People might remember fragments of events from a drinking episode and unconsciously construct a coherent narrative connecting these fragments, creating false memories of experiences that never occurred during the blackout period. Sleep provides nightly examples of gap-filling, though less dramatic than medical situations. You fall asleep and then suddenly awaken hours later with no sense of time passing, yet you don't experience this as discontinuous. Your brain creates the impression of temporal continuity, even though consciousness was absent for hours. Microsleeps, brief episodes of unconsciousness lasting seconds, are often completely unnoticed because the brain fills the temporal gaps seamlessly. People might experience microsleeps while driving or during boring tasks without any awareness that consciousness temporarily disappeared. The brain's gap-filling process prioritizes creating meaningful narratives over accurate representations of temporal discontinuity. This suggests that consciousness values story-like continuity more than precise recording of subjective experience. The brain essentially lies to maintain the illusion of unbroken awareness. Memory consolidation systems play important roles in gap-filling. When consciousness returns after an absence, these systems work to integrate available information into coherent sequences. Missing time periods are often filled with plausible events that maintain narrative flow, even when these events are completely fabricated. Individual differences affect gap-filling tendencies. Some people are more prone to constructing elaborate false memories to fill temporal gaps, while others might be more aware of discontinuities in their experience. These differences might relate to memory systems, suggestibility, or tolerance for uncertainty. Understanding temporal gap filling has important implications for eyewitness testimony and medical evaluation. People might provide confident accounts of experiences during periods when they were actually unconscious. These reports can seem completely sincere because the false memories feel entirely real to the person experiencing them. The brain's tendency to make up missing time reveals that consciousness is fundamentally a storytelling process rather than a simple recording system. The experience of continuous awareness that feels so natural and reliable is actually an active construction that prioritizes narrative coherence over temporal accuracy. This gap-filling capability might serve adaptive functions by maintaining psychological continuity and preventing anxiety about temporal discontinuities. However, it also highlights how constructed and potentially unreliable conscious experience can be, even for basic features like temporal continuity that feel completely certain. Fact 67. Ego is culturally shaped. The sense of being a distinct, separate self feels universal and fundamental, but research reveals that ego structure and self-concept vary dramatically across cultures. What feels like the most basic aspect of consciousness, your sense of individual identity, is actually largely constructed from cultural templates, social expectations, and learned patterns of self-understanding. Western cultures typically emphasize independent, autonomous selfhood, where individuals are seen as separate agents with distinct personalities, preferences, and goals. This cultural template creates ego structures focused on personal achievement, individual rights, and self-expression. The self is experienced as bounded, unique, and primarily responsible for its own outcomes. Many Eastern cultures emphasize interdependent selfhood, where individuals are understood primarily through their relationships and social roles. In these contexts, the ego is experienced as more fluid and contextual, changing based on social situations and relationships. The self is seen as part of larger social networks, rather than as an independent entity. Indigenous cultures often emphasize ecological selfhood, where individual identity is inseparable from relationships with land, ancestors, and natural systems. The ego in these contexts extends beyond the individual body to include environmental and spiritual connections that Western psychology might not recognize as aspects of self. Language shapes ego structure in profound ways. Languages that emphasize collective pronouns over individual ones create different experiences of selfhood. Some languages have multiple words for different types of self-experience, while others have very limited self-referential vocabulary. These linguistic differences affect how consciousness understands itself. Child-rearing practices create cultural patterns of ego development. Some cultures encourage early independence and individual expression, while others emphasize family harmony and collective responsibility. These different developmental environments create adults with qualitatively different experiences of selfhood and personal boundaries. Religious and spiritual traditions provide cultural templates for ego structure. Some traditions emphasize strengthening and purifying the individual self, while others focus on dissolving ego boundaries and realizing universal consciousness. These different approaches create very different relationships between consciousness and selfhood. Social media and digital technology are creating new cultural influences on ego structure. Online environments often encourage curated self-presentation and validation-seeking behaviors that might be changing how people experience and construct their sense of self. These technological influences represent rapid cultural evolution in ego development. Immigration and multicultural experiences can create complex ego structures that draw from multiple cultural templates. People navigating different cultural contexts often develop fluid, adaptable senses of self that can shift depending on social environment. This flexibility reveals how constructed cultural ego patterns really are. Mental health concepts are also culturally shaped. What one culture views as healthy ego functioning, another might see as pathological or spiritually immature. Depression, anxiety, and other conditions can manifest differently, depending on cultural ego structures and social expectations about selfhood. Understanding the cultural construction of ego has therapeutic implications. Treatment approaches that assume universal ego structures might be less effective across different cultural contexts. Therapy might need to account for cultural variations in how selfhood is understood and experienced. The cultural shaping of ego reveals that consciousness is far more malleable and contextual than typically assumed. Rather than having fixed, universal structures, Awareness adapts to cultural environments and learns to organize itself according to socially available templates. This suggests that different organizations of consciousness are possible, and that ego structure is an acquired skill rather than an inherent feature of awareness. Fact 68. Daydreaming boosts creativity. The wandering mind that drifts away from immediate tasks isn't just being lazy or distracted. Research shows that daydreaming activates brain networks associated with creativity, problem solving, and insight generation. The default mode network that becomes active during mind wandering appears to be crucial for generating novel ideas and making unexpected connections between different concepts. Daydreaming involves a unique state of consciousness where attention is directed inward toward memories, fantasies, and spontaneous thoughts rather than external tasks. During these periods, the brain can explore ideas without the constraints of immediate practical demands, allowing for more flexible and creative thinking patterns. Studies show that people often have their best creative insights not while actively working on problems, but during relaxed periods when their minds are free to wander. The shower, walks in nature, and other low-demand activities create ideal conditions for daydreaming that can lead to breakthrough moments in creative work. The default mode network, active during daydreaming, connects brain regions involved in memory, future planning, and self-referential thinking. This network can combine information from different domains in novel ways, creating the unexpected associations that characterize creative insights. Mind-wandering essentially provides a playground for creative consciousness. Different types of daydreaming appear to have different effects on creativity. Positive, constructive daydreaming, involving future planning, and pleasant imagery tends to enhance creative thinking. Guilty, dysphoric daydreaming focused on problems and negative outcomes might actually inhibit creativity by creating mental rigidity. The relationship between attention and creativity follows a complex pattern. While focused attention is necessary for implementing creative ideas, periods of relaxed attention appear crucial for generating those ideas in the first place. The most creative people often alternate between focused work and daydreaming periods. Daydreaming provides mental rehearsal opportunities that can enhance creative problem solving. By mentally exploring different scenarios and possibilities during mind-wandering periods, people can test ideas and approaches before implementing them in real situations. This mental experimentation can improve the quality of creative solutions. Educational and workplace environments often discourage daydreaming, viewing it as unproductive or disengaged behavior. However, research suggests that allowing time for mind-wandering might actually enhance learning and creative performance. Brief daydreaming breaks might improve rather than hinder cognitive performance. Individual differences in daydreaming patterns affect creative abilities. People who naturally engage in more positive, elaborate daydreaming tend to score higher on creativity measures. Those who can control when to focus attention and when to allow mind-wandering often show enhanced creative performance. The content of daydreams influences their creative benefits. Daydreams that involve novel scenarios, unusual combinations of ideas, or exploration of possibilities tend to enhance creativity more than repetitive or mundane mind-wandering. The quality and diversity of daydreaming content matters for creative outcomes. Understanding the creative benefits of daydreaming has practical applications for enhancing innovation in various domains. Rather than trying to eliminate mind-wandering, people might benefit from learning to harness daydreaming for creative purposes. This involves recognizing when to allow the mind to wander and how to guide that wandering toward productive ends. The creative power of daydreaming reveals that consciousness operates optimally through alternating modes rather than sustained focus. The interplay between focused attention and relaxed mind-wandering appears essential for both creative thinking and effective problem-solving, suggesting that both modes serve important cognitive functions. Fact 69. Meditation reduces fear response. Regular meditation practice can fundamentally alter how consciousness responds to threatening or stressful situations. Brain imaging studies show that experienced meditators have reduced amygdala reactivity, meaning their fear centers are less likely to trigger intense stress responses when encountering challenging circumstances. This neural change creates greater emotional stability and resilience in daily life. The amygdala, often called the brain's alarm system, normally triggers rapid fear responses when it detects potential threats. These understanding sleep as altered consciousness rather than unconsciousness also has practical implications for sleep hygiene and sleep disorders. Creating conditions that support healthy sleep consciousness, such as managing light exposure and maintaining regular sleep schedules, becomes important for overall mental health and cognitive function. Fact 70. Your body influences awareness. The state of your physical body has profound effects on consciousness that go far beyond simply feeling comfortable or uncomfortable. Your posture, breathing patterns, muscle tension, and even facial expressions can directly alter your mental state, mood, cognitive performance, and overall quality of awareness. This embodied nature of consciousness challenges the traditional view that mind and body are separate systems. Posture affects consciousness in measurable ways. Standing or sitting upright tends to increase alertness, confidence, and positive mood compared to slouched or collapsed postures. Research shows that people in upright postures perform better on cognitive tasks, feel more optimistic, and show increased stress resilience. The physical alignment of the body directly influences mental alignment. Facial expressions don't just reflect emotions, they can actually create them. The facial feedback hypothesis demonstrates that making certain facial expressions can induce corresponding emotional states. Smiling can improve mood even when the smile is forced, while frowning can increase feelings of sadness or anger. The muscles of your face are constantly influencing your conscious emotional experience. Breathing patterns have immediate effects on consciousness and mental state. Slow, deep breathing activates the parasympathetic nervous system, promoting calm, relaxed awareness. Rapid, shallow breathing increases anxiety and mental agitation. Conscious control of breathing provides a direct pathway for influencing consciousness through bodily awareness. Physical tension patterns throughout the body affect mental states and cognitive function. Chronic muscle tension, especially in the shoulders, neck, and jaw, can increase stress levels and reduce mental clarity. Releasing physical tension through stretching, massage, or movement often produces corresponding improvements in mental state and conscious clarity. The gut-brain connection means that digestive state significantly influences consciousness. Hunger can impair cognitive function and increase irritability. Blood sugar fluctuations affect mood stability and attention. The timing and content of meals have direct effects on mental performance and emotional regulation throughout the day. Exercise provides one of the most powerful ways to influence consciousness through bodily activity. Physical movement increases blood flow to the brain, releases mood-enhancing chemicals, and can create altered states of consciousness ranging from runner's high to flow states. Regular exercise produces lasting improvements in cognitive function and emotional regulation. Temperature affects consciousness and mental performance in predictable ways. Cold environments tend to increase alertness and focus, while warm environments promote relaxation but can reduce cognitive performance. Optimal temperature ranges exist for different types of mental work, and consciousness can be enhanced by managing environmental temperature. Sleep position and sleep environment affect the quality of consciousness during both sleep and subsequent waking periods. Poor sleep posture can create physical discomfort that fragments sleep consciousness. Environmental factors like lighting, noise, and air quality influence both sleep quality and next-day mental clarity. Chronic illness and physical pain significantly impact consciousness, often in ways that aren't fully appreciated. Physical discomfort consumes cognitive resources, reduces attention capacity, and can create persistent changes in mood and mental state. Managing physical health becomes crucial for maintaining optimal conscious function. Understanding the body's influence on consciousness has practical applications for enhancing mental performance and well-being. Rather than trying to improve consciousness through mental techniques alone, people can use physical interventions like posture correction, breathing exercises, movement practices, and environmental modifications. The embodied nature of consciousness suggests that optimal awareness requires integration of mental and physical practices. Approaches that address both mind and body simultaneously, such as yoga, tai chi, or somatic therapies, might be more effective than purely mental or purely physical interventions for enhancing conscious experience. This body-mind integration reveals that consciousness isn't located solely in the brain, but emerges from the entire organism's interaction with its environment. The quality of awareness depends on the whole system functioning well together. making physical care an essential component of conscious development. Fact 71. Place memory is unconscious. You navigate through familiar environments with remarkable precision without consciously thinking about where you're going or how to get there. This spatial navigation relies on unconscious place memory systems that continuously track your location, recognize landmarks, and guide movement through space below the threshold of awareness. These systems operate so automatically that you're usually unaware of their sophisticated processing. The hippocampus contains specialized cells called place cells that fire when you're in specific locations, creating an internal map of your environment. These neurons activate automatically as you move through space, updating your brain's representation of where you are without conscious effort. This neural GPS system operates constantly during navigation. Grid cells in the entorhinal cortex create a coordinate system that tracks your position and movement through space. These cells fire in geometric patterns that provide precise information about location and direction. This unconscious mapping system allows you to know where you are, even when environmental landmarks change or are temporarily obscured. Head direction cells function like an internal compass, tracking which direction you're facing and how your orientation changes as you move. This unconscious directional information helps maintain spatial orientation and guides navigation decisions without conscious calculation of angles or directions. Path integration allows you to track your position by unconsciously monitoring your movements from a starting point. Even with your eyes closed, you can maintain awareness of your approximate location by unconsciously calculating the distance and direction you've traveled. This dead reckoning system operates below conscious awareness. Landmark recognition happens automatically as you move through environments. Your brain continuously compares current visual input to stored spatial memories, unconsciously identifying familiar places and updating your position estimates. This recognition process guides navigation without conscious effort to identify or locate landmarks. Different types of spatial memory systems work together unconsciously to support navigation. Allocentric memory stores map-like representations of environments independent of your current position. Egocentric memory tracks spatial relationships relative to your body position. Route memory stores sequence information for familiar paths. These systems integrate seamlessly below consciousness. Spatial navigation can continue even when conscious attention is focused elsewhere. You can walk familiar routes while thinking about other topics, having conversations, or solving problems because unconscious place memory systems handle the navigation automatically. This demonstrates the independence of spatial processing from conscious awareness. Gender and individual differences affect unconscious spatial processing in interesting ways. Some people naturally develop more detailed unconscious place memories, while others rely more heavily on conscious landmark recognition. These differences might reflect variations in how spatial memory systems develop and operate. Age affects unconscious place memory in predictable patterns. Children gradually develop sophisticated spatial processing abilities as their hippocampal systems mature. Older adults might experience decline in unconscious navigation abilities, leading to increased reliance on conscious navigation strategies and external aids. Neurodevelopmental and neurological conditions can specifically affect unconscious place memory while leaving other cognitive abilities intact. Some individuals have difficulty with automatic spatial processing and must rely more heavily on conscious navigation strategies. These conditions reveal how specialized and separate spatial memory systems are from other mental processes. Understanding unconscious place memory has practical applications for architecture, urban planning, and wayfinding design. Environments can be designed to support natural spatial processing by providing the types of information that unconscious navigation systems use most effectively. This can improve navigation for people with various spatial abilities. The sophistication of unconscious place memory reveals how much complex processing occurs below the level of awareness. Navigation through three-dimensional space requires continuous integration of sensory information, memory retrieval, and motor planning. Yet this complexity is handled automatically by unconscious systems that operate with remarkable precision and efficiency. Fact 72. Addiction hijacks consciousness. Addiction fundamentally alters consciousness by taking control of the brain's reward and decision-making systems. What begins as voluntary behavior gradually becomes compulsive as addictive substances, or behaviors hijack neural circuits that evolve to motivate survival activities like eating and reproduction. This hijacking process can make addiction feel like a loss of conscious control over one's own behavior. The dopamine reward system, normally designed to reinforce beneficial behaviors, becomes dysregulated in addiction. Drugs, alcohol, gambling, and other addictive behaviors can trigger dopamine release that far exceeds natural rewards. This artificial stimulation teaches the brain to prioritize addictive behaviors over other activities that once provided satisfaction. Addiction changes the prefrontal cortex, the brain region responsible for conscious decision-making and impulse control. Chronic substance use can impair this area's function, making it harder to resist urges, consider long-term consequences, and make rational choices about behavior. This neurological damage can persist long after stopping the addictive behavior. The addicted brain develops hypersensitivity to addiction-related cues while becoming less responsive to natural rewards. Environmental triggers like specific locations, people, or emotional states can automatically activate craving and drug-seeking behavior before conscious awareness can intervene. These conditioned responses operate faster than conscious decision-making. Attention becomes biased toward addiction-related stimuli in ways that operate below conscious awareness. People with addictions show automatic attention capture by drug-related cues, even when they are trying to focus on other activities. This attentional bias can maintain addictive behaviors by keeping addiction-related thoughts prominent in consciousness. Memory systems become reorganized around addictive behaviors, creating powerful unconscious associations that drive behavior. Emotional memories of drug effects, procedural memories of drug-seeking behaviors, and contextual memories of drug use environments all become enhanced, making addiction-related memories more accessible and influential than other types of memories. Tolerance and withdrawal create physiological dependence that further compromises conscious control. As the brain adapts to repeated drug exposure, normal functioning begins to require the substance. Withdrawal symptoms can be so uncomfortable that drug use feels necessary for basic functioning rather than optional for pleasure. The concept of powerlessness in addiction reflects genuine neurological changes that can make conscious willpower insufficient for controlling behavior. The brain regions responsible for conscious control become impaired, while the regions driving addictive behavior become hyperactive. This creates an internal battle where unconscious drives often overpower conscious intentions. Different stages of addiction involve different alterations in consciousness. Early stages might involve enhanced pleasure and voluntary use. Middle stages typically show tolerance, increased use, and beginning loss of control. Late stages often involve compulsive use despite negative consequences, with consciousness focused primarily on obtaining and using the addictive substance. Recovery involves gradually restoring conscious control over behavior through various mechanisms. Abstinence allows damaged brain regions to heal and regain function. Behavioral interventions teach new coping strategies and decision-making skills. Social support provides external structure when internal control is compromised. Medications can help restore normal neurotransmitter function. Understanding addiction as hijacked consciousness has important implications for treatment approaches. Rather than viewing addiction as simply a moral failure or lack of willpower, effective treatment recognizes the neurological basis of impaired conscious control and provides appropriate support for restoring healthy brain function. The hijacking of consciousness in addiction reveals how dependent normal self-control is on healthy brain function. When reward systems, decision-making regions, and impulse control networks are compromised by addiction, the experience of conscious choice can become severely limited, requiring medical and therapeutic intervention rather than willpower alone. Fact 73. Attention is like a spotlight. Consciousness has limited capacity and must selectively focus on specific aspects of experience while ignoring others. This selective process operates much like a spotlight that can illuminate only a small area at a time, moving from place to place, but unable to light up everything simultaneously. Understanding attention as a spotlight reveals both its power and its limitations. The spotlight metaphor captures how attention enhances processing of selected information while leaving other information in relative darkness. Whatever falls within the attentional spotlight receives detailed processing and becomes part of conscious experience. Information outside the spotlight might be detected by sensory systems, but doesn't reach consciousness. Attention can be directed voluntarily, like choosing where to aim a spotlight, or captured involuntarily by sudden changes or personally relevant stimuli. You can decide to focus on particular sounds, sights, or thoughts, but your attention can also be grabbed by unexpected events or things that matter to you personally. The size of the attentional spotlight can vary depending on the situation and your mental state. During periods of high concentration, attention narrows to exclude distractions. During relaxed states, attention might broaden to take in more of your surroundings. Stress, fatigue, and emotional states all affect the size and flexibility of attentional focus. Moving the attentional spotlight requires time and mental energy. Rapid shifts between different tasks or topics create switching costs that can reduce overall performance. This is why multitasking is generally less efficient than sustained focus on single tasks, and why frequent interruptions can be so mentally draining. The contents of consciousness depend almost entirely on where attention is directed. Two people in the same environment can have completely different conscious experiences based on what they're paying attention to. Attention literally creates the content of each moment's conscious experience from the vast array of available information. Meditation practices often involve training the attentional spotlight to be more stable and controllable. Concentration practices develop the ability to sustain attention on chosen objects for extended periods. Mindfulness practices develop awareness of where attention is going and the ability to redirect it deliberately. Attention disorders like ADHD involve problems with controlling the attentional spotlight. People with attention deficits might have difficulty sustaining focus on chosen targets, might be easily distracted by irrelevant stimuli, or might have trouble shifting attention flexibly between different tasks or topics. Different types of attention operate like different spotlight configurations. Focused attention creates a narrow, intense beam. Divided attention attempts to create multiple beams, or rapidly switch between targets. Sustained attention maintains the spotlight on a single target over time. Each type has different capabilities and limitations. The attentional spotlight can be trained and improved through practice. Activities that require sustained concentration, like reading complex material or learning musical instruments, can strengthen attention capacity. Mindfulness practices can improve attentional flexibility and awareness of attention itself. Technology and modern environments create new challenges for attentional control. Digital devices provide constant sources of distraction that can fragment the attentional spotlight. Notifications, alerts, and information overload can make it difficult to maintain sustained focus on any single task or experience. Understanding attention as a spotlight has practical implications for optimizing mental performance and conscious experience. Recognizing the limitations of attention can help people make better choices about where to direct their mental resources. Learning to control the attentional spotlight becomes a crucial skill for managing consciousness effectively. The spotlight metaphor also reveals why consciousness feels limited and selective rather than comprehensive. With only one spotlight of attention, you can't consciously experience everything happening around and within you simultaneously. This selectivity isn't a flaw, but a necessary feature that allows consciousness to function effectively in complex environments. Fact 74. Language shapes awareness. The specific language you speak doesn't just provide labels for your thoughts and experiences. It actively shapes how consciousness organizes and understands reality. Different languages carve up the world in different ways, creating categories, distinctions, and relationships that influence what speakers notice, remember, and think about. Your linguistic environment literally shapes the structure of your conscious experience. Color perception provides clear examples of linguistic influence on awareness. Some languages have many words for different shades of blue, while others use a single term for both blue and green. Speakers of these different languages show measurable differences in how quickly they can distinguish between various color shades, suggesting that language affects perceptual processing. Spatial relationships are conceptualized differently across languages, creating different forms of spatial awareness. Some languages use absolute directions like north and south, rather than relative terms like left and right. Speakers of these languages develop remarkable abilities to maintain spatial orientation and show different patterns of spatial thinking and memory. Time concepts vary dramatically between languages, affecting how speakers experience temporal relationships. Some languages have complex tense systems that require speakers to specify exactly when events occurred and whether they witnessed them personally. Other languages have minimal tense systems that create different relationships to past and future experience. Number systems across languages create different mathematical awareness. Some languages have limited number words, using terms equivalent to one, two, and many. Speakers of these languages show different abilities to track exact quantities, suggesting that numerical language shapes mathematical consciousness. Emotional categories differ significantly between languages, creating different ways of understanding and experiencing internal states. Some languages have many specific words for different types of love, anger, or sadness, while others use broader emotional categories. These linguistic differences appear to influence how people recognize and report their emotional experiences. Gender systems in language affect consciousness about social relationships and identity. Languages with complex gender systems that categorize all nouns as masculine, feminine, or neuter create different patterns of association and thinking about objects and concepts. Speakers of these languages show unconscious biases related to grammatical gender categories. Cultural concepts embedded in language create unique forms of awareness that might be difficult to translate. Some languages have words for experiences like the Portuguese saudade, bittersweet longing, or the German Schadenfreude, pleasure in others' misfortune, that provide frameworks for recognizing and thinking about specific conscious states. Bilingual and multilingual speakers often report feeling like different people when using different languages. Each language can activate different cultural frameworks, emotional associations, and ways of thinking. This suggests that consciousness itself can shift depending on which linguistic system is active. Language learning can expand conscious awareness by providing new conceptual tools for understanding experience. Learning a second language often reveals assumptions and limitations in how your first language organizes reality. New vocabulary can make previously unnamed experiences more accessible to conscious recognition. The relationship between language and consciousness has educational implications. Teaching children multiple languages might enhance cognitive flexibility and awareness. Exposure to different linguistic systems can expand the range of conceptual tools available for conscious thinking and understanding. Artificial intelligence and translation technology are revealing both the universals and the differences in how languages shape thought. While basic concepts appear translatable across languages, subtle distinctions and cultural frameworks often resist direct translation, highlighting how deeply language shapes the structure of conscious experience. Understanding how language shapes awareness also has therapeutic applications. Changing how people talk about their experiences can alter their relationship to those experiences. Learning new vocabulary for emotions, relationships, or personal experiences can expand conscious understanding and create new possibilities for growth and change. Fact 75. Bilinguals switch consciousness subtly. People who speak multiple languages don't just switch between different communication systems. They often experience subtle but measurable changes in personality, thinking patterns, and conscious experience when moving between languages. Each language can activate different cultural frameworks, emotional associations, and ways of organizing experience, creating distinct modes of consciousness. Research shows that bilinguals often score differently on personality measures depending on which language they're using during testing. The same person might appear more extroverted in one language and more reserved in another, or show different levels of assertiveness, emotional expressiveness, or cultural values depending on the linguistic context. Emotional responses can change with language switching. Bilinguals often report that emotional words and experiences feel different in different languages. Swear words might feel less intense in a second language, while expressions of love might feel more or less intimate depending on which language is used. This suggests that emotional processing is partly language dependent. Memory and autobiographical experience can be language specific. Memories formed in one language might be more accessible when thinking in that language. Life events experienced in specific linguistic contexts might feel more vivid and emotionally immediate when recalled in the original language rather than translated into another language. Cultural identity and values can shift with language use. Many bilinguals report feeling more connected to different aspects of their cultural heritage, depending on which language they're speaking. Values, social norms, and behavioral patterns associated with different cultures can become more or less prominent based on linguistic context. Thinking styles can change between languages in measurable ways. Some research suggests that speakers might show more analytical thinking in languages that emphasize logical structure, and more holistic thinking in languages that emphasize context and relationships. These cognitive shifts can influence problem-solving approaches and decision-making patterns. Professional and social roles can feel different in different languages. A person might feel more authoritative and confident when conducting business in their dominant language, but more formal and careful when using a second language in professional settings. These role-based changes reflect how language connects to social identity. Children who grow up bilingual often develop sophisticated abilities to code switch not just linguistically, but culturally. They learn to navigate different cultural expectations and communication styles associated with each language, developing flexible conscious awareness that can adapt to different social contexts. Language dominance affects the degree of consciousness switching. People who are equally fluent in multiple languages might show more dramatic shifts between language-associated consciousness states. Those with one clearly dominant language might experience less change when using secondary languages. The timing of language acquisition influences consciousness switching patterns. People who learned multiple languages simultaneously in childhood might show different switching patterns than those who learned additional languages later in life. Early bilingual experience appears to create more integrated multilingual consciousness. Neuroscience research shows that different languages activate partially distinct brain networks, providing a biological basis for consciousness switching in bilinguals. While core language areas are shared, additional regions become active depending on which language is being used, suggesting that each language creates its own neural signature. Understanding consciousness switching in bilinguals has implications for therapy, education, and personal development. Therapeutic work might need to consider which language feels most appropriate for accessing different types of experiences or emotions. Educational approaches might benefit from recognizing how language choice affects learning and expression.